Okay, let me call to order this meeting of the City of Bloomington Plan Commission for January 12th, 2026. We have quite a packed agenda tonight. Let me just give a brief overview of what all we have. This is the first meeting of the year, so we have some internal housekeeping, election of officers, and things like that that we need to take care of. That'll be first, and then we will get on to some reports and resolutions from staff, and then on to our petitions this evening. We do have 3 petitions that will be heard this evening. SP 2025-12-0094. The petitioner there is BRCJ Civil Engineering. That is the mixed-use downtown showers technology zoning property. Then we have sub 2025-12-0051. Petitioner there is Bynum Faneuil and Associates. That's the property at 2511 North Dunn Street. And then we have ZO 2025-12-0018. Petitioner there is the City of Bloomington, and this is PUD request in Hopewell. So we will get to all of those this evening, but first, let's start by calling the roll.
Enright Randolph.
Here.
Ballard.
Here.
Bishop.
Here.
Burrell.
Here.
Seabour.
Here.
Holmes.
Here.
Kinsey.
Here.
Stossberg.
Here.
Whistler.
Here. All right, we have a quorum. So let's move on to minutes. We do have minutes to be approved from the November 10th, 2025 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections to those minutes that were included in the packet? If not, is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Motion to approve the November 10th minutes. Second.
I believe we don't have any remote participants tonight, so we could do voice vote on this. Yes, all right. All in favor of approving the November 10th minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, the minutes are approved. Moving on, we are now going to reports, resolutions, and communications. First, are there any reports from commissioners? All right, we'll move on then to reports from staff.
One thing real quick on the agenda, the item that was listed on the consent agenda, SP 2025-012-0094 for 477 West Maker Way will be heard during the regular agenda, so that is not on the consent agenda anymore. So I just wanted to make a note that that would be placed within the regular agenda.
Do we need to take a vote on that since it was published as consent agenda, or is that a change that we can just?
Yes, you can certainly take a vote on that just to make that formal. Yes.
Okay. I'll do that when we get to that point in the agenda. Any other reports, resolutions, or communications from staff?
Other than we need to elect officers.
All right. Is there anyone from staff that has a list of all the appointments we need to make here?
Yes, we do. So you need to obviously appoint a president for the Plan Commission, vice president, and as well as representative on the Plan Committee, and representative on the Board of Zoning Appeals, and an MPO member, and the hearing officer and alternate.
All right. Well, let's, should we just start at the top? We need to elect a president. Is there any nominations for president for 2026?
I'll nominate Brad Whistler for president.
Second.
Are there any other nominations? Please? No? All right, last call. All right, let's, do we need to call the roll on these, or can we do voice vote on these?
Whistler. I'm sorry, Ballard,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler.
Yes. All right, we were on then to vice president. Do we have any nominations for vice president?
Nominate Jillian Kinsey for Vice President.
Second.
Any other nominations? Do you accept your nomination?
Yeah.
All right, let's call the roll on appointing Jillian Kinsey as vice president.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Ballard.
Yes.
All right, we now need an appointment to the Plat Committee. Who is our current Plat Committee appointment? Is that also?
All right, I'd be happy to allow someone else to learn all about the Plat Committee and the wondrous things that go on at that meeting, if someone is inclined.
Do we have any nominations for Plat Committee appointee? Feel free to nominate yourself.
It conveniently meets right before this meeting.
May I ask a question?
Please, go
Could we
ahead.
get a brief blurb of what, I'm newbie, could we get a brief blurb of what each of these appointments entails?
Yes. The Plat Committee is the group that actually is nicely related to the Plan Commission meetings and reviews all of the plats, both prior to projects being approved or considered further in this, by this body. So I think it's a nice complement, and typically it does require meetings at the 4 o'clock hour on that Monday, and we meet fairly consistently, to be honest. Yeah. About our cadence of our meetings, so monthly.
Did she sell you on that?
There's a lot of nice crossover training. It's a good group. You get to learn more about utilities, a lot about drainage. Patrick, I would love it if you would be
4
interested.
o'clock's tough.
Okay,
4 o'clock's tough.
okay.
We do need,
Anybody else?
we need someone. We need a nomination. Is anyone willing to do it reluctantly?
Is Jillian willing to do it again?
I am willing to do it again, provided, I do want to make sure that other people have a chance to learn about other dimensions of this work, and if, I want to make sure that by also putting someone else on Plat, that we are not eliminating the real need around BZA for sure. That's a very important appointment, so want to make sure we get that one covered as well. And then, so I'm willing to do it again if it works out that way.
Mrs. Director, do you want to do BZA first and then see how that fills in? That's what we usually do. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Can we do that one? Can we suspend?
Sure, we can open the floor to appointments for, to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
And a brief summary on this one, please.
Eric,
Yep,
would you-
so this person represents the Plan Commission on the Board of Zoning Appeals. The Board of Zoning Appeals hears variances from development standards as well as conditional use applications. So variances from development standards or anything that are in Chapter 4 that deal with setbacks and height, a whole list of things. So the Board of Zoning Appeals meets once a month. So like I said, this person represents the Plan Commission on that board.
And what time does it meet?
It's 5:30, usually the fourth Thursday of every month.
I'll do it, if you need a volunteer.
That'd be great.
you want to nominate
Yeah,
yourself, or,
I would nominate Flavia.
oh,
If you would still like to be on there.
My pleasure.
Okay. So I nominate, Flavia Burrell.
oh, all right.
Second.
Any other nominations? Don't have our first contested race tonight, no? All right. All right, let's call the roll then on the appointment of Flavia Burrell to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Ballard,
Yes.
Bishop.
Yes.
All right, now we need to have an alternate in case Commissioner Burrell cannot make the meetings. So this would be a great opportunity for someone to dip their toe in the water.
I'll nominate Commissioner Holmes for alternate to the BZA.
Second.
Any other appointments for BZA alternate? You accept your nomination?
Yes.
All right, let's call the roll on Patrick Holmes as alternate appointee to the BZA.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Ballard,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell.
Yes.
All right, now we are back to the Plat Committee, and still looking for a nomination to Plat Committee. Commissioner Strasburg,
I'll nominate Jillian Kinsey to the Plat Committee.
All right, okay, I'll do it.
is there a second?
Second.
Any other nominations? All right, let's call the roll on Jillian Kinsey, appointment to Plat Committee.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Ballard,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard.
Yes.
All right, and we also need an alternate for that in case Commissioner Kinsey cannot make one of those meetings. Is there a nomination for Plat Committee alternate?
Can you do it?
Okay.
Alternate 10?
Who is it currently?
I don't know.
Who is our
I've been very
current
faithful in my
alternate? Do we know? Somebody knows, I'm sure.
The current alternate was Mr. Smith, so it's been vacant for a couple of months.
Ah, okay. So we're going to have somebody new. You're allowed to have more than one position here. Jillian, what's the likelihood that we're going to need our alternate to step up here?
Well, I
How
like
many
having
times did our last
alternates.
alternate have to step up?
0. Okay,
All right.
so it's a low risk.
So this is, this is a low-risk appointment, yep.
I mean, I'm on the BZA, but I'm willing to do this. If you stay 100%.
Okay, yeah, okay.
All right. Commissioner Strasburg,
I'll nominate Commissioner Ballard.
is there a second?
Second.
All right, last call for nominations for Plat Committee alternate. Excellent. Okay, let's call the roll on the appointment of Commissioner Ballard as Plat Committee alternate.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Ballard,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes.
Yes.
All right, and we are now on to County Plan Commission. We nominate one of our commissioners to sit as a non-voting member on the County Plan Commission. And I believe this one's been vacant for a little bit, too. Has it not? Yeah, all right. So we're looking for a nomination. Do we know when those meetings are?
Are they Tuesdays or Mondays? Do you know? Tron?
My calendar won't come.
I believe they're Tuesdays. It's the first and third Tuesdays. Similar, starting at either 5:30 or 6.
All right. Is there a nomination for appointee to the County Plan Commission?
I'll nominate Commissioner Bishop.
Second.
You accept your nomination? All right. Any other nominations? All right, let's call the roll on Steve Bishop for County Plan Commission.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Ballard,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey.
Yes.
All right.
Mr. President, I was just going to let him know that our first regular Plan Commission meeting is this 20th, so the following Tuesday.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of you who have been appointed.
Congratulations. One that you guys don't appoint is the MPO representative of the Plan Commission. By statute, it's the president, but he often works with you all to choose someone else. So that could happen. And so we will hope that you guys work that out so that can be attended. Jillian has been doing it for a number of years. And then we do need you to vote on the other members of the Plat Committee. And so this is the slate we're recommending from City of Bloomington Utilities, Liz Carter, with the alternate is Brian Blake. Engineering member being Kendall Kanoki, with the alternate as Maria McCormick. And then those are also our recommendations for hearing officer Ryan Roebling and hearing officer alternate Ann Crescelius. So that you have those to finish, please. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, let me just say, yes, by statute, I, as president, am the appointee to the MPO, but I frequently have conflict with that meeting time, and so for the past few years, we've just appointed a proxy, which has been Commissioner Kinsey. If you have particular interest in that, that's a very important body, but please let me know. That's not something we have to vote on here, but we will handle that offline. Yeah, Commissioner Strasburg.
As a note, they changed the meeting time this year to 10:30 in the morning instead of 1:30 in the afternoon on the fourth
Good
Fridays.
to know. Thank you. Okay. All right, so we'll move on to the Plat Committee slate. Do we have a motion to approve the slate of candidates as proposed by staff?
Motion to approve the slate for the Plat Committee members.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, let's call the roll then on the Plat Committee appointments.
Whistler,
Yes.
Ballard,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Strasburg.
Yes.
All right, those appointments are approved. We now have to make an appointment to the hearing officer and the hearing officer alternate. Staff, any comments on this? Continuing with the status quo here? All right. Can we vote on these together, or, yeah, okay, let's, is there a motion to approve the appointment of Ryan Roebling as hearing officer and Ann Crescelius as hearing officer alternate?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, let's call the roll on the hearing officer appointments.
Ballard,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler.
Yes. All right, congratulations to all. We are, I think, done with our appointments. Are there any other reports resolutions or communications from staff?
Sorry, just one more. Jackie Scanlon, Assistant Director. We have a new senior zoning planner, Jamie Kreinler. BZA members have seen her present, but the rest of you haven't. So just to let you know, we have filled that position, so Development Services is full right now. And she'll be presenting to you later tonight, and she's been a great addition thus far. And so just wanted to introduce her to you. Thanks.
All right, welcome. Okay, we are on then to our agenda. Typically, at this point, we would consider our consent agenda first, but I believe staff would like to see that case get a full hearing. So I'd like to have a motion to remove SP 2025-12-0094 from the consent agenda.
I'll motion to remove SP 2025-12-0094 from the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor of removing that from the consent agenda and giving it a full hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? All right, so that is done. We will then move to, in order of our packet here, our first petition will be sub 2025-12-0051, Bynum, Fanyo and Associates. And we've got case manager Jamie Kreinler here to present.
All right, good evening. Jamie Kreinler, Senior Zoning Planner. Thank you for having me. So the petitioners for this case are Paul Pruitt and Keith Klein, and the consultant on their behalf is Bynum, Fanyo and Associates. So in addition to the primary plat approval for this subdivision that they're requesting, they're also requesting 2 waivers from the subdivision standards, which the Plan Commission has the authority to review and make a decision on. So one of the waivers is from the required 67% of lots to be accessed by an alley, the alley requirement. And the second waiver request is from the required sidewalk installation, and this applies to just a portion of the sidewalk on the northwestern part of the subdivision, which you'll see on the plat. Since waivers are being requested, this typically will require 2 primary plat hearings with the Plan Commission. And I also want to share that this petitioner is requesting several variances from the Board of Zoning Appeals, so there'll be an additional public hearing to hear those variance requests. That would take place after the Plan Commission hearings. So the 4-acre property is located on the west side of Dunn Street. It is zoned R2 Residential Medium Lot Zoning District. The subject property is approximately 270 feet wide, 640 feet deep, and surrounding land uses include single-family homes to the north and south, an office park to the west, and an assisted living facility to the east. The property currently contains a detached single-family home that's proposed to be demolished. There's a stream and a riparian buffer running through the northwest corner of the site, which you can see on the aerial photograph here. The property also has a substantial amount of tree coverage, and that's subject to the tree preservation standards that are in the Unified Development Ordinance. And that is one of the variances that the petitioner is requesting. I'll give some information about that so you have that information, but again, that variance would be heard by the Board of Zoning Appeals at a separate meeting. So the petitioner is proposing to subdivide the property to create 15 residential lots and 3 common area lots. This proposed plat includes the construction of a new public road that connects to the western boundary of the site, and cul-de-sacs are not permitted, so you see that the road is stubbed to the western side of the site. The proposed plat includes 2 common lots. Lots 1 and 3 are for tree preservation, and there's a 3rd common lot, lot number 2, and that's for stormwater detention. Since the property is over 3 acres, it has to follow the traditional subdivision type, and this requires a minimum of 67% of the lots to be served by alleys. The proposed site plan does not show any of the lots served by alleys, so the petitioner is requesting a waiver from the alley requirement to allow all of the lots direct access from the proposed main road. The petitioner is also requesting a variance to not install the required sidewalk along the northwestern portion of the internal street. So try to use the laser pointer here just to show. You can see here where the sidewalk stops. The subdivision standards require that it would continue all the way to the west, so that's what the waiver specifically applies to. On-street parking is required on at least one side of all streets and is being provided with the proposed cross-section. The new internal street will be a public street with a neighborhood residential street typology, and the neighborhood residential typology requires a minimum of 60 feet of dedicated right-of-way. The petitioner is showing 61 feet, so they're compliant with that requirement. It requires a 6-foot sidewalk and a 5-foot tree plot, and this has been shown on the plan except for the portion of the sidewalk which a waiver has been requested. The petitioner has shown 2.61 acres of existing tree canopy coverage on the 4-acre property. This is about 65% coverage of existing trees. The UDO requires 60% of the tree canopy to be preserved, so that equals 1.56 acres of required preservation. The petitioner is proposing to preserve 0.93 acres of tree canopy, and this is 0.63 acres less than what the tree preservation is required by the city standards. So this is a variance, but I'm just sharing it with you so you have that information. So the petitioner is requesting a variance from the BZA to retain 36% of the existing tree canopy instead of the required 60%. For the general compliance criteria, staff is proposing to propose full findings with the required second hearing for the primary plat. Several aspects of this petition are still being evaluated, specifically the alley requirement, several variances from the minimum lot area, minimum lot width, minimum side building setback, tree preservation requirements, and riparian buffer regulations will also require a hearing with the Board of Zoning Appeals. For the additional criteria applicable to primary plats, full findings will be proposed with the second hearing. And the same thing for the review and decision criteria. For the subdivision waivers, full findings will be proposed with the second hearing report as well. If the 2 requested waivers are granted, this could have a negative impact on public safety. The presence of additional drive cuts combined with the proposed narrow lot width and size could create a safety hazard along the street. The lack of a sidewalk along a portion of the road also increases potential hazards to pedestrians. The presence of alleys would create a safer pedestrian vehicular environment, as the UDO calls for. The inclusion of alleys would not change the proposed tree preservation on the site. The requirement to serve 67% of the lots with alleys, that would equal 11 of the 15 residential lots. And the exclusion of a sidewalk along the northwestern side of the street appears to have a minimal impact on the ability to save trees. I think there are 5 trees that are being saved as a result of that sidewalk not being installed. There are several items that need to be addressed prior to the second primary plat hearing, which are outlined in the staff report. So some of these items to address include the underground fiber network with the ITS department, a street lighting plan, a tree remediation plan, and the plat does need to be submitted to City of Bloomington Utilities for their review. CBU has several stormwater comments, and I mentioned those in the report, so the petitioner would need to address those with CBU directly. The staff recommendation is that the Plan Commission forwards this petition to the required second hearing. And lastly, I just want to show, this is a table that just shows what the Plan Commission is reviewing. It's just the 2 waiver requirements, and then what the Board of Zoning Appeals would be reviewing, which are the 6 variances outlined here. So we did receive a lot of public comment. Even after the packet was distributed for this case, I distributed all of those emails to all the commissioners. There were a total of 6 additional comments. Several of them do relate to some of the variances being requested, so I just wanted to clarify that those would need to be heard by the Board of Zoning Appeals. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission has. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a representative of the petitioner who would like to add anything to the presentation tonight?
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Daniel Butler. I'm with Bynum, Faneuil and Associates. With me tonight is Paul Pruitt. He's representing ownership. Let me give a little bit of background and just give a little more light to long path we've had to the place we're at now with the plan that you see in front of you. We've met with engineering, planning, environmental committee to kind of get to a place where we need to see this from all sides, and there's a lot of requests and interests from all parties to try to make something viable and work on this property and something that can be developed. And so we've tried to achieve that over time, over different iterations of this plan. One of our main goals was to try to have different aspects of the property protected environmentally, and we tried to introduce or take away different lots, move them around to make that impact as less as possible, while also there was requests from engineering to have the Tamarack Trail go through. So we did have a different plan that saved a little more some more trees, less impact on the property, but we're also marrying that with the different requests of the different departments to make something that works. And that's what you're seeing in front of you tonight. I want to make sure that everyone is aware that we didn't try to go out here to just maximize the property with as many lots as we could. I think we tried to marry something that's viable with environmental impact. And I want to focus a little bit on the alley waiver request here. We think there's several reasons why we're requesting this, not simply just one. First, you've seen other projects like this in front of you where it's a rectangular lot. And the width of the lot here is 272 feet by 641 feet. So 272, the residential zone here requires a minimum lot size of 7,260 feet wide. And so that's 240 feet, and plus the right-of-way that would go down through the middle, that's not enough room. So it's just the nature of the lot. And you've seen ones like these recently, that it's hard to get the alleys behind them to fit everything and make it work just from the kind of lot and the impact from that standpoint. So just from a lot size ability and we're already asking for the lot sizes to be reduced a bit. And we don't want to do that any more than we need to. And so that's one reason why we're asking for the lot or the alley waiver. Another reason for adding alleys to this current plan that you see in front of you would eliminate more trees. You would have to put the alleys behind the homes. And there are trees right now along the perimeter that would further be removed. And I'm counting about maybe 10 to 12 extras, and it just keeps adding up, the tree removal. So again, we're trying to marry having less of an environmental impact, but also have a plan that can work. And so just that's another reason and we want some of those trees for neighbors to have a natural buffer there rather than an alley go to their backyard essentially. And so we're asking that for another reason, to protect the neighbors from cars being driven behind the homes, rather they would all be front loaded just with the street that goes down the middle. Another reason is additional pavement would increase the impervious area of the site. So that increases runoff, and so we would ask for that be reduced, and we don't think it's necessary from that perspective as well. On the north side of the site, there is a natural drainage way now that accepts water not only from us, but from the north property. And so if you were going to add an alley on the north side of the property, then you would have to introduce some other drainage improvements to get that to work. And so if you've been out there, the site does drop off to the north. And so there is a bit of a grading challenge to make that work on the north side. I'm not saying it's the only reason, I'm just saying it's another reason that, so grading, natural drainage way, and we're trying to, again, minimize the impact. And right now we don't have any drainage or grading revisions up on the north side to keep that grading impact to a minimum, natural buffers, trees up there on the north side. Another reason is we understand that with reducing the lot size, that you know, there's some incentives, you know, to that. And so one just simple piece to this is adding alleys to this plan would increase lot costs. And it goes back to lot purchasers, you know, in the long run. So that's just another smaller reason of the cost that is being added to it. We've had several surveys, studies performed to get to the place that you guys see in front of you tonight. I'm excited to have you a chance to start commenting on it. We believe after environmental committee planning discussions, meetings, going through all the iterations and revisions that you can comment. I'm happy to answer any additional questions. I can give you more examples of what's been changed, different iterations from the past, but I won't go there unless you would like to hear kind of different thoughts and ideas and what we've changed, hearing from different departments and different interests through the process. But we're happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Got about 13 minutes you can reserve for later if you have things you want to add. Let's go to questions from commissioners. Are there any questions either for staff or for the petitioner? Go ahead.
Yes, I guess my first question will be to staff. And on the packet, page 25, actually, I think you have that up on the screen. Yeah, if you could zoom in to kind of the northern west part, kind of where the stream is in the riparian buffer. Are you able to do that? And my question is this kind of showing where that easement would be that's being asked for? Like where it says riparian fringe zone, is that?
So you're just trying to clarify the riparian zones?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if that's exactly what the easement would look like. And if Daniel would like to answer that, that's fine too.
This is one area that we've done somewhat of an extensive survey and study on, and that would be very close. At one time, we used the GIS line, and that wasn't accurate enough to draw that on the plan, and so we've done a survey to find where's that exact stream location, where's all the water running to, and there is a low area on the property now that holds water during large rain events, and it goes right through the middle of that too, and that would be this is accurate to what you see from the UDO for each separate riparian buffer area.
Right, so this would be in compliance with the UDO, but you're asking for a variance. Has there been consideration of just reducing the easement?
A variance from the riparian area?
Yeah, I mean, just reducing the size. Or would you explain maybe some of the practical difficulties of not creating that easement?
So the zones for the riparian buffer are established based on the location of the stream. I think it's 25 feet wide for each of the 3 zones, and there's language in the UDO that talks about what, how they're regulated. There's different regulations for each of the 3 zones. So the ones closest to the stream are the most stringent, just to protect that environmental feature. As far as the variances that are being asked for, that has to do with some disturbance activity that's taking place in the intermediate and the fringe zones. So not the one closest to the stream, but the other 2.
So it's disturbance, but it's going to be placed in an easement after the
Yes,
fact?
that's another requirement of the UDO, that all the sensitive environmental features would be placed in easements.
Okay, well, that's where my larger concern was, and I guess the disturbance is a little not my focus on the question.
May I add to that, Tron?
Please.
That is a variance that's being asked at BZA, but to clarify, the UDO does allow your stormwater treatment facilities to be in those zones, but they thought it was necessary to add the disturbance in those zones, even though we're not asking for something that is not allowable in those zones. So that was one variance that to me felt like a formality because it's disturbing for the reason of a stormwater facility going in the zones that it's allowed to do, if that makes sense.
Yes, and
I can add too that the disturbance activity does include the stormwater facility, like Daniel mentioned. It's also the construction of, or the removal of the trees for the construction of the street. So there's various components to it, and Eric might want to add something too.
Yeah, so Mr. Beller was correct. The riparian zones do allow for a certain thing to be there, stormwater detention area, a street or a sidewalk, because there are tree removal that is associated to install those facilities. That's where the variance was necessitated from. It's not so much that the thing itself isn't allowed there, but there was an additional disturbance activity that was proposed as part of that.
yeah, and again, I just want to make sure that if they're able to put that in an easement, that's kind of the direction we're going, which...
Yeah, so the easement is
think you have-
required because it's in a
Yes.
riparian buffer, and that would be on top of what would be proposed there.
And did you get that data from the wetlands inventory? How was it? able to-
So it was field verified, so it was initiated because our GIS system indicated that there was a hydrology feature there. So we used that to go out and say, hey, here is an actual feature on the ground, and so it was field located and then located on their site plan.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Other questions from commissioners?
I have a question.
Mr. Holmes, go ahead.
Thank you. So one of our criteria for deciding whether to grant a waiver, it says the conditions upon which the request for a subdivision waiver are based are unique to the property. So if we're going to grant a waiver, there needs to be some unique feature of the property as opposed to the plan that requires it. So you can say, well, the alleys don't fit because we want, the lots will have to be smaller. That's something that's unique to the plan and not to the property. What is it that's unique to the property that requires the absence of alleys?
Absolutely. I mean, I believe that some of the reasons that I outlined before are, yes, there is partial to the plan, but we also believe it's partial to the property too. Grade differences, natural drainage ways that we want to remain, allowing a road that is planned by the transportation plan to go through here and have homes on both sides of that, and natural features such as trees being protected on the back sides of these properties. And I believe the shape of the property with the width does give it a little bit of unique to. Also, another reason I didn't mention before, that the nature of the neighborhoods around it do not have the alleys, and so they already have established backyards, and so I believe that's also unique to this property where you have established, to use the word infill, this would be infilling a property that has already established neighborhoods on mainly the south but also some on the north as well. That's how to answer that question, I suppose.
Just to supplement that a little bit, for the Plan Commission's perspective, there's 67% of the lots that would be required to be accessed by an alley. In essence, represents the lots that are on the south side of this street. So you see in the site plan, there's a street that runs down the center with lots to the north and south side of that. So the percentage of lots would basically equivalent to what are the lots on the south side of that street. So in the petitioner's grading plan, they already show those areas being completely graded anyway and removal of all the trees. So incorporating the alley for the south side of those lots wouldn't change their tree preservation requirement. Obviously one of the reasons for the alleys is it creates a safer street frontage. You have less driveways, less conflict points for vehicles and pedestrians. So, we certainly recognize that not every neighborhood in development in Bloomington has alleys. This is something that was specifically put into the UDO in 2019 in order to create this situation where it doesn't exist, because we recognize that there is a better design for neighborhoods that can be incorporated. And so that's, why this is a new thing. And you're not going to see it, but it is something that we want to see because we do, like I said, we do recognize it does create a safer neighborhood, especially in this situation where lots are being proposed to be smaller and more narrow. So your driveways get even closer together. We have a concern there with the safety as a result of that. So I just wanted to offer that as a perspective there on that component.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Commissioner Kinsey.
Yeah, thank you. Can we continue on this same line around the alley access? I have some interest in imagining what the alley options could be, and it would only be on the south side, and that in effect what that would do would be reduce the number of drive cuts to be only on the north side facing, I'm trying to play this out, so correct me as I get this wrong, but the driveway cuts would then only need to be on the north side property, thereby reducing some of the concern about pedestrian safety on a roadway that would have drive cuts about every, I don't even know how many feet, but there would be a lot more drive cuts. And I'm just trying to see can you talk a little bit about how you thought about that and if it was removed from consideration, why, and a little bit more about that. Because, and Eric, just to make sure, just want to make sure I know the 67% is in fact only covering, that would cover all of the south side lots, I think.
So 67% would be 11 of the 15. How many do we have?
It may not be all of them.
9, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that looks like 9
Okay.
on the south side.
Okay. Yeah, okay, all right. So petitioner, if you might talk a little bit about how did you get around that, or how did you talk a little bit more about that or consider for that?
Yeah, we've done a new subdivision like this recently. This one is a little bit different than the last one in that there's more environmental impact in terms of trees and stormwater to work around, and so more study has been given to this. But the nature of the lot and having backyards, especially on the south side, that was a big, to protect neighbors from their existing backyards and not have alleys introduced in a backyard that doesn't have it now, I think is a big deal to the neighborhood and to, I like, from a civil engineering perspective, the alley concept, but I think it needs to be introduced in the right times and the right places. In some of the neighborhoods that have been established, it's hard to try to get those in there. Now, from your question, we would have to introduce alley on the north side because there's 9 on the south side, so it'd have to be at least 2, so you'd have to be considering both sides. And just from the simple width, it would be further reducing the lot sizes. Now, one concept that we've done on some of those other smaller subdivisions is we pair 2 homes' driveways together. Now, that's a concept that I think we would likely go with, and if we're going to ask for a smaller lot size, then we certainly can pair them, and that would contribute to helping less drive cuts, and that can help solve that rather than introducing more pavement and cuts for the alleys to come in and out, in my opinion, can be a good alternative here.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. I have a couple more questions.
Okay, I just want to ask a
Yeah.
quick follow-up on that. Is that something that we could introduce as a condition of approval, that the number of drive cuts is limited, since there are no alleys?
Yeah, I think that you could limit that. It would be challenging, obviously, to track further down the line. With just these being lots of record, it would be very hard for staff 10 years from now to know that this lot's not allowed a drive cut. It would really kind of only be something that would best be done if you had one developer who was building all the lots by themselves and weren't selling them for each individual person to do with as they wanted. You could, but it would be very challenging to track, I think.
Thanks.
I can just add a comment too. At this point, the petitioner is requesting 100% for the waiver from the alley requirement. So it's possible there could be in between, if only 2 lots couldn't meet the alley requirement, then it would be a less substantial waiver request. Just sharing that as information.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I think those are important considerations as we move through this process of negotiating here. Okay. The other question I had, just, maybe a couple of clarifying. The staff report indicated the waiver for the north portion of the sidewalk, and that's only at the area of tree preservation. So that's lots 1 and 3, is that right?
So if you can see my laser pointer, it's this section here. So, yeah, there are no residential lots proposed along that section.
Okay, so essentially the sidewalk would stop at the last lot on the north side.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that's right.
Okay. And that, I understand that you calculated it as a loss of 5 more trees to install that sidewalk, even though there'll be a road right next to it. Okay.
Do you want me to speak to that a little bit, or?
Yeah, if you want to say anything about that.
You can see that the road does have a unique shape to it, and of course, we're trying to, again, minimize, we're trying to marry getting a road through here for the city, providing that, marrying it with trying to save the most substantial, the best trees on the site. This looked to be the best spot to bend that down into there. And then the next thought on our mind was, well, we'll provide the sidewalks along all of the frontages of the actual homes, and then we'll have a mid-block crossing, perhaps, where the last home is on the north side, and then you cross and you take the south side, and that would further help marry these kind of concepts of development with impact to the environment, and asking for this road to go through, a riparian area, which again, it's allowed, but we thought that was maybe sensical to think about it that way. But if you deem that the sidewalk is necessary, it would take out, a couple more trees. But that was kind of our point, is we've tried to save some here. We've even taken out, as you can see in the top north side, we've taken out, we lost 2 lots because we saved a new clump of trees up there. So we're trying to, again, marry that, and that was just another piece to what we thought might be sensical.
Yeah, okay. So the south side sidewalk is continuous.
Correct.
Okay. And the other question is related to that road stub and where it comes out. That's undeveloped, or, well, it's currently developed, but it's a parking lot, essentially, is what it is stubbing to.
That is correct. And again, this would just further the Tamarack Trail for further connectivity. Again, some of our initial iterations didn't have it, but we understand why the city deems that it might be necessary in the future when that property to the west gets built up, then we'd provide that access, and then you would have a east-west through street for that access, and this development would provide that with this plan.
Yeah, so that's, and Jamie or staff, if you want to comment on that, as part of the transportation plan and the desire for the continuity to a new property, I mean, this seems like a desirable trade-off or thing to have.
Yeah, I think that's the city's vision or preference, is that the property to the west, the vision is that it may or would likely develop in the future. So by having the stub rather than a cul-de-sac, which are prohibited, then the stub would create a future connection possibility in the future.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, and then just to deal with the east side part of that road, the entryway, it aligns with Tamarack, the existing Tamarack. So right now, there's a stop sign, it aligns. So the entryway aligns.
That's correct.
Okay, good, okay. And this is a little bit of a future-related thing. Given the conversations that have been going on for, I don't know, at least 30 years now, about done roadway enhancements, I don't know if there's been any, nobody needs to comment on this now. I don't mean to take us away from this proposal, but it is something that would be interesting to see. Dunn is a narrow road in its existing form. There are no sidewalks on Dunn, except for right close to where it goes out onto State Road 46. Is there how does this relate? And again, I don't mean to put this on the table today. You may not be prepared to answer it, but I think this would be an interesting question, is how this development might either align with or where you see some of those larger enhancements to Dunn perhaps being furthered by this project. I don't know.
I'll let Eric correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the city's plan for Dunn is to have the side or the path installation on the east side of Dunn Street.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I know.
Okay, all right. It just might be something to think about as we continue moving this, since this is just the first hearing. But, okay, I think that's it for me right now. Thank you.
I'll just add to that, too, that we are providing a sidewalk on our side with crosswalks that aren't there now at this time, and that would be, and we're dedicating right-of-way on our property as well as part of this. So you do get some, enhancements or improvements with this to Dunn Street, even though it's not the full trail.
Thank you. Thanks.
A couple of questions I have. So what kind of housing do you see here? Is it going to be single-family home, duplexes, or what is it going to go here?
Single family.
Single family in one per lot?
Say that again.
One per lot, one house per lot?
Yeah, yes, that's our intention is right now, yes.
Okay. And I want some clarification on the stormwater. So we're going to create an environment, we're going to have this street, new homes. How is this going to impact, how is the stormwater going to impact the neighborhoods on north and south?
Yeah, great question. We've studied this at length. This is the thing we've studied most on the site. So we are gathering most of the stormwater on the site with the new improvements and putting it into a new stormwater treatment facility that will also detain it for a certain amount of time, and then that will empty into the current low spot in the property now after it's been cleaned. And that current low spot, it fills up a little bit, and then it spills over into a culvert that goes to the west and through the property to the west, and it has a natural open channel ditch to the west, and it goes under a couple drives, and that ultimately goes through mainly that property to the west. It goes a little bit through two properties to the very, before you get to the next street over, I'm blanking on the, is it Walnut at that point? So
Yes.
the next is Walnut, and before it gets there, it goes through two backyards, and then it goes under Walnut.
Yeah, my main concern is the neighborhood to the south is old and historic. They don't have stormwater. What we have as modern stormwater facilities. So that's my concern. How is this going to impact the neighbors when you have many more homes dumping into? The other question too, that goes with the sewer. So we're going to have 15 homes, then that sewer line's going to be connected with the old sewer line? I mean, how's that going to work? I mean, I don't know if that's a question for the city, I guess.
That's a question best answered by City of Bloomington Utilities. And as far as stormwater, the Utilities Department did provide 3 comments, which are in the report. They are waiting for the plat to be submitted to them for additional review, but their comments about stormwater at this time are that the drainage easements will need to cover the pond, the emergency overflow path, and any pipes that direct stormwater off-site. And looking at the current proposal, these drainage easements will be in direct conflict with much of the riparian buffer easement. The second comment is about portions of the stormwater detention facility are within right-of-way, which is not per their standards, so that would need to be revised. And the third comment is that they've, at this time, not determined if the stormwater quantity and quality requirements meet their standards. So that's what I know about the stormwater at this time, but that's something that CBU is continuing to evaluate with the petitioner.
So it would be nice to have a second hearing so we can iron out all those details before then.
Yeah, I would hope if we came back for a second hearing, we could have more information about that to provide you.
Yeah, I agree. We need a second hearing. Thank you.
And in regards to the sanitary, there is an easement that runs between this development and 2 of the lots to the south of this, and so that's how they're accessing that sanitary connection in Glendora.
And how does that easement impact the current owners?
I don't know, the petitioner can maybe answer that if there are any implications to that, but there is an easement that was platted between 2 of those adjacent platted lots to the south. I believe the houses are out of that easement, so there aren't any improvements in that easement, but it was platted for a connection extension to this petition site.
So this is an existing easement, not that he created, but it was already there?
It was platted with the creation of Matlock Heights.
Okay. So the current owners should be aware that that already existed?
Well, that's debatable, but yeah, it is recorded and platted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That helps. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Stossberg?
Yeah, thank you. I guess the question that I have right now has to do with what is going to be built there. So are y'all planning to develop this all yourselves or sell off these individual lots to individuals to do with as they please?
The plan is develop them ourselves and have those and build them ourselves.
Okay. What kind of, I mean, you said single-family homes, but what kind of size are you thinking about? What is the price point that you're expecting to sell them for?
Hi, I'm Paul Pruitt. The intention is to build single-family lots and build the homes on the lots. And I think with the lot size that we have, that they will probably be in the 1,500 to 1,800 square foot range, maybe as large as 2,000. As far as pricing and the cost of the house, I really can't say at this point until we know what we're up against for development cost. So.
Okay. I had several other questions about various drainage, et cetera, but that was already talked about at length, so I appreciate all my other commissioners for handling some of those for me. I don't think I have any other questions right this second. Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? All right, seeing none, then we will go to public comment on this petition, sub 2025-12-0051. If you'd like to make public comment, if you're here in the chambers, make your way to the podium, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to comment. If you are joining us remotely, you can click on the React button and look for the raise hand option. or you can send a chat message to the meeting host, and we'll recognize you when it is your turn to speak. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Will. I've been a resident of Matlock Heights, directly to the south of this development, since 2018, and I'm here today as a proud North Sider and an advocate for responsible growth. We all know Bloomington needs housing, but more housing should not mean unregulated housing. The proposal for North Grove asks for variances and waivers to squeeze 18 lots into a residential medium lot R2 district. This level of density requires encroaching on side setbacks, narrowing lots, and most concerningly, bypassing riparian buffer and tree preservation standards. These are not minor tweaks. They are a fundamental departure from the Unified Development Ordinance with real consequences to the community. To illustrate the gravity of these exceptions, several neighbors joined me today to speak about the ecological cost of removing more than 100 mature trees and destroying vital wildlife corridors, the public safety concerns regarding the stormwater surges already flooding basements, which are likely to be exacerbated by the removal of the riparian buffer, existing traffic safety issues on Dunn Street, which this density is likely to worsen, and the legal precedent for spot zoning that is inconsistent with our subdivision standards and would fundamentally alter the character of the North Side. We aren't against development, but we are in favor of enforcing the existing code. We believe a subdivision that respects R2 restrictions is entirely possible and would be a far better fit for this land. We ask you to prevent this project from moving forward as is and require a plan that honors the standards designed to protect us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julia Livingston, and I live at 2641 North Dunn. And I'd like to speak to the waiver for tree and forest preservation. The 4 acres at 2511 North Dunn have been in a long process of development, but a very different kind of development than is being proposed today. Long in development has been a magnificent grove of tall white pine trees. Ironically, it is the very grove of trees that gives the subdivision, North Grove, its name. And the very trees proposed to be cut down in their prime, trees that have a lifespan of 200 to 500 years. This mid-neighborhood 4 acres has developed into an urban forest. This was the intentional plan of former owner and botanist, IU professor John Sinclair, who was one of the first to realize the importance of native trees in Indiana and set out to plant every variety he could find on these 4 acres. His efforts have resulted in an urban forest that promotes biodiversity and is home to many generations of birds who nest in the mature trees. The large pines provide winter shelter to a variety of birds, including owls, pileated woodpeckers, and nuthatches, and are integral to the migration path of migratory warblers. The trees provide a winter buffer, not only for their nests, but also for our neighborhoods. The acreage serves as part of a wildlife corridor connecting Griffey Woods to Cascades. Yet this proposal would cut down 103 trees and destroy the diverse ecology. Bloomington's 2020 Environmental Action Plan states that the city should update codes to maximize the preservation of the largest long-living trees, encouraging tree species and diversity. It also states, urban forests provide numerous environmental benefits by promoting wildlife along with water and air quality. They promote wildlife by providing critical habitat, contributing to biodiversity, and conserving soil. And urban forests, very importantly, reduce stormwater runoff and pollution that threaten waterways by filtering and absorbing rainwater. It also warns Bloomington's native wildlife populations are at risk due to current land development and management practices that destroy and remove habitats. Furthermore, The Environmental Commission's 2050 long-term vision prescribes the urban forest will be lush with green infrastructure, limiting the heat island effect while also sequestering carbon, providing habitats, and cleaning air and water. If allowed to survive, this urban forest will nurture the lives of all of us, both human and animal, who call this neighborhood home. I urge the Plan Commission to deny the petitioner a waiver for tree and forest preservation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Good evening. My name is Robin Halpin Young, and I was the president of the Matlock Heights Neighborhood Association when it became the first mid-century modern neighborhood in the state of Indiana to receive a historic designation. Our wonderful neighborhood was an outlier when it was created, long before the stadium was even built. One of the ways the developers saved money was to skip putting in a storm sewer system. The residents have carved out culverts and drains on their own property, and during bad storms, water forms surface rivers that flow across our neighborhood on its way to Cascades Creek. The CBU is aware of the problem, and we have a U report on file, number 204540. We continue to pay our monthly charge for storm sewer drainage, as well as the actual costs of dealing with the storm water. James Hall, CBU, attended our annual picnic in October of 2025. We talked specifically about the new North Dunn pathway, stating clearly that the pathway's drainage must be engineered to capture and direct water away from the neighborhood instead of inadvertently increasing flow into it. I understand that density is an issue here. When I first saw the proposed project, I thought it would make a perfect rubber stamp for a density project. But the property in question is not a flat little square. In Indiana, it is called a hill and holler country. And the area we are talking about is situated near the crest of two different watersheds, Lake Griffey and Cascades Creek. Water rolls down on us from way above North Dunn Street. One of my top concerns is that under the proposed plan, paved streets, cement sidewalks and driveways, and homes that create roof runoff will cover about 75% of the penetratable ground surface, upending the natural flow of the watershed and increasing surface runoff. I strongly oppose the 35-foot sewer right-of-way carved out between me and my neighbors to the east that would pump the sewage of 15 households across my property and into Matlock Heights' 65-year-old sewer system. In the very area that they want the right-of-way, I have personally installed 2 perimeter drains and built 2 large swales in an attempt to direct water away from my home. Last summer, we had 2 rain microbursts. One brought 5 inches of rain in less than an hour, and water poured into my basement window like a broken submarine portal. I have braced myself knowing that this special property behind me would likely be developed someday. But I'm sorry, I can't help but think what a wonderful pocket park this would make. Northeast Bloomington has a lot of recreational opportunities, but very little infrastructure. This property could be provided in parking for the Lake Griffey trailheads. We have no community garden on the north side. There could be educational opportunities. I know I'm probably dreaming, but I just thought I would throw it out. In closing, just to confirm, I think that now there are overwhelming reasons for us to lean into the protection of our zoning codes and ordinances. And so I ask you to deny the waivers and variance requests that are being sought. Thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Hello,
My name is Stephanie Dickinson. My husband and I have lived in Matlock Heights on Dunn Street for 18 years. I want to speak tonight to concerns about the traffic and safety on Dunn Street. 15 new houses on 3 acres with an estimated 2 cars per house means an additional 30 cars driving up and down Dunn Street, past our homes, past our yards, multiple times a day. I wonder if a traffic study has been done. North Dunn Street is a popular road for little 500 cyclists, runners, dog walkers, sports fans, walkers commuting to campus. Dunn is a narrow road with no shoulder, no sidewalks, and not designed to move large volumes of traffic at high speeds. I know I and my neighbors may sound like curmudgeons. Those darn cars are going too fast, there's too many of them, too darn loud, but I do think safety is a concern here. People don't stop at the stop signs, they go fast, they don't get over for cyclists. I honestly get nervous getting my mail on that street, mowing the lawn, my husband running. The purpose of the subdivision standards in the UDO are to facilitate the orderly growth and harmonious development of the city, protect and promote public health, safety, and welfare. Like my neighbors, we understand the need for more housing in the city. We're not anti-development, but it needs to be incremental development across the city, not all on the back of an established historic neighborhood all at once. I don't see a reason for the allowances to be made on the variances and waivers for setback, lot size, tree preservation, riparian buffers, simply to allow to fit more homes on that lot, only to make that development work at the expense of the neighbors. From this discussion today, it sounds like the lot is not a good fit for this development. I thank the Planning Commission for being protective of the public health, safety, and welfare of the community.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jim Hart. I've lived on 2641 North Dunn Street for at least 50 years. As citizens and lawmakers, we have to protect our common good, which includes goods that benefit and are necessary for all. One such good has to do with the riparian areas. Ripa is the old Latin word for the bank of a river. Such areas are the transition zones between the fully terrestrial and fully aquatic systems, stream banks, floodplains, and wetlands. They are rich in organic nutrients and directly affect biodiversity of plant and animal species. In the U.S., they provide the habitat of 1/3 of plant species and 60% of vertebrate species. 70% of the endangered species in the U.S. depend on riparian systems to survive. At the northwest end of the 4 acres for which the developer seeks a waiver, there is a visible riparian area. This is low-lying land where there's already a pond which is surrounded by a protected riparian buffer. The pond water flows through a wetland before it lands on the surface of the surrounding area, contributing to the flooding of the houses on Fritz Street, and then heads across Walnut Street toward the creek running through Cascades Park. The invasive construction site proposed for this 4-acre property would involve the covering of 30,000 square feet of land with gravel for construction vehicles. In addition, as we've heard often today, there would be the impermeable covering of the land by 15 dwellings and the extension of street surface of Tamarack Road. The City of Bloomington, the UDO, the Unified Development Ordinance, Chapter 20.05 states, preference for design of riparian buffer zones shall be fitted to the topography and the soil conditions of the site. And there will be an effort to attract tree crowns and root zones within the drip line of all the trees that are retained. And the UDO exhorts, perhaps even requires, retaining and not cutting down trees, especially those of native species. Thus, it states also no alteration of forest understory except for the removal of non-native or invasive species is permitted. I urge the Plan Commission to carefully review the request for the waiver of the requirements of the protection of the riparian zone. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm Susan Sandberg, here to join my Matlock Heights neighbors to oppose the intense density of the North Grove subdivision. We respect the work of the Plan Commission to ensure that the current UDO is upheld, and we thank you for listening to our many concerns. I'm speaking about subdivision standards found in the UDO, Chapter 20.05. The purpose of subdivisions is to facilitate orderly growth and harmonious development. It provides equitable working relationships between public and private interests. In researching the three subdivision types, infill, conservation, and traditional, we fail to see how this development meets the definition of any of these types. An infill would allow for a subdivision containing a small number of lots with no new public streets or rights of way. It allows residential layouts that are consistent with adjoining developments in developed neighborhoods. Infill facilitates development on existing parcels not characterized by environmental restraints. Historic Matlock Heights, known for its mature tree canopy that supports biodiversity, is directly adjacent to this proposed development. A conservation subdivision seems less likely fit for North Grove, given the maximum protection of environmentally sensitive features. A conservation subdivision sets aside significant open space, parcels with environmental features such as mature tree stands, karst geology, steep slopes, and water resources, allow for very limited development. They must provide necessary connection to adjoining street systems for adequate levels of emergency service and traffic mitigation. The removal of over 100 trees to begin this high-density development is problematic on its face. A traditional subdivision ensures a grid-like street and alley system that allows maximum connectivity to adjacent neighborhoods as well as non-residential activity centers. It has a pedestrian scale streetscape featuring narrow street profiles, on-street parking, short block lengths, and decorative street lighting. It facilitates the compatible development of parcels located next to existing subdivisions, characterized by more grid-like street patterns. It develops on properties not characterized by environmental features. The Matlock Heights neighborhood and surrounding areas are zoned R2. This proposed land use on 4 acres with requests for 5 variances is more in line with R3 zoning. It does not seem to be a fit for UDO standards for a subdivision. If it doesn't fit, we trust that time will be taken to consider the negative environmental and community impacts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Wiedenmeyer. Please vote no on this proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Douglas. My wife and I live adjacent to this proposed project. Matlock Heights is a very nice neighborhood The lot size are about twice or more twice than proposed lots. All of our homes are nice stone homes, and I don't think this new project is consistent with our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Hi, my name is Amy Hamburg-Mead. I live at 444 East Glendora Drive, which is on the corner of Dunn and Glendora. This past summer, in July, my house flooded 3 times on the lowest level. It's a tri-level, 1957. We were told when we bought the house that we didn't need flood insurance because we're on high ground. But over the years, Dunn Road has begun to crumble, and on our side. I don't know, I was going to ask people who live in Matlock Heights, how many people have drainage issues on their property? Okay, right there is the show of hands. That's a lot of people. And something that people, I don't know, it was mentioned maybe briefly, but I'm concerned about just the soil. We have clay soil, everybody, and it doesn't absorb water very well, so the water runs off. If you remove the trees from that property, and the soil is a lot of clay, that water's going to run right off and into other people's properties. So I think that's a big concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Do we have any online commenters waiting?
If there's anybody online that would like to speak to this petition, please use the raise hand function or send a message via chat, and we can recognize you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Heidi Darling, and I live in Matlock Heights, just south of the proposed development. My husband moved into the neighborhood with his parents in 1977. We moved back to the neighborhood in 1998 to raise our family, and now our son, who's here tonight, would like to purchase a home, raising the 4th generation of Darlings in Matlock Heights. Does Bloomington need housing? Absolutely. Should the need for housing circumvent the Unified Development Ordinance? Absolutely not. My argument is not in protest of the proposal being in my backyard, but rather in protest of not following the well-planned UDO and the potential precedent this may set. The neighborhoods just north of the IU Athletic Complex are low-density, single-family homes. Many homes on North Dunn Street are 4, 6, or more acres, with some reaching back to the new hospital. If we allow this development to proceed, it could set a precedent for additional small, high-density projects in the area. I don't take issue with high density in general, but I do take issue with circumventing the UDO and the plans for sustainable and protected development in Bloomington. It is my understanding the UDO was designed to protect Bloomington neighborhoods from proposals such as this. I'm a lifelong resident of Bloomington. We chose to raise our family in this area. Our son and his wife find themselves in the same situation as many young professionals in Bloomington. Finding any housing is a challenge. Nonetheless, new housing projects should be planned in accordance with the city UDO. If the variances are granted, the precedent is set. Build anywhere a developer finds available land. How does this preserve the mission of the UDO and Bloomington Planning and Transportation Department? According to the website, the mission is to ensure that the elements that make Bloomington special are maintained and enhanced as new development and redevelopment occurs. In order to ensure that our community retains its unique qualities, it is important to proactively plan for impacts of this future development. We need to maintain neighborhood quality. We need to maintain environmental quality as discussed tonight. Additional concrete will only exacerbate the environmental issues we are currently facing. I implore you to postpone the decision to move this proposal forward. Please take a pause and consider the UDO. Please take a pause to consider the precedent for future development of the Bloomington community in relation to its existing residential core. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
My name is Kristen Wida, and I am the CEO of Indiana Uplands Realtor Association. I actually wasn't planning on speaking on this issue tonight. I'm here for the PUD that's being proposed a little later. But I lived in Marlin Hills for over 20 years, so I'm very familiar with that side of town. My boys went to Marlin Elementary, actually with Heidi's son. My home also got water in bad weather. However, I am also hearing from you guys the importance of needing housing in Bloomington. And so I really appreciate that you understand that how important it is that we do more development in town. And so I would just encourage you, this might not be the right development, this might not be the right location to do development, but I really encourage you to work with the mayor, to work with her office. The UDO that you guys are speaking of is really, really, really problematic for development. And so look into that. Look into why it's costing builders so much to build houses that are actually attainable for us, for our sons in this town, for our kids, for us who are empty nesters that are wanting to downsize, get out of Marlin Hills, get out of Matlock Heights. We can't find anything that's affordable. This proposition, they're proposing small homes, which is exactly what we need. The average cost of development from regulation alone is 25% of the cost of the property is from regulation. From regulation. That's what we're talking about with UDO. So the most we can remove the regulation from actually building property, the more affordable we can have for homes. And that's what this next proposal is going to be about, is actually an area. It's the Bloomington Hospital location. They're asking for those things to be removed. So think about that as you're arguing for lack of development in one area, but please come forward and be speaking about pro-development in other areas, because we need it. The city needs the revenue. I don't know if you understand how bad of a situation we are in fiscally and how our population is aging, and we're actually losing people to live here and to support this community. We see the students, but we don't see the residents, and the residents are actually decreasing instead of growing. So it's a huge, huge problem we're having to support our community in the long run. We lost a lot of funding with SB1. So our government is really, really struggling to actually help support us and support our schools, our fire, our safety. So please, work with the mayor, work with their office. They're trying really hard to make some really positive changes. So that's what I would say.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ryan Still. I work for Summit Hill Community Development Corporation. We're an affordable housing developer. I'm actually here for the other thing, too. I noticed when someone earlier, actually right before me, made some very good points about the problems that we're having developing, which I know very well. Some people kind of went like this and did a little cry face. That's deeply inappropriate. There's an actual housing crisis that's happening that I'm helping to deal with. To mock people that are struggling to find a place to live, or to mock developers that are trying to help that, it's just not good. It's not a good way to have an actual conversation about people that have needs. That's it. Sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President. I'm going to write here and say my intro at the same time. Chris Rimsey with the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I'm just going to reiterate what Ms. White has said of the Uplands Realtor Association about the need for housing, and it's going to unfortunately take density. I remember Councilmember Strasburg mentioned the price points, and I read these reports all the time, and it requires density and some things that are a little bit uncomfortable. I don't have an opinion on this particular proposal at all. I've not really looked at it. I just want to kind of give a little bearings here, repeat what she said on the need for housing, and the SB1, which really transforms how the city's going to get revenue and how property taxes are going to go down and how the income tax is going to be relied upon. It's not going to be split based on population, but where you actually live. So it requires more people to live here. So that pizza, we're not all having to pay for all of the pieces, but we have to share it to get our less of a proportion of it. So we are going to require more residents that actually live here, not just commute from other counties or from the unincorporated area itself. And this is going to be an adjustment. I don't know if this proposal's right. And I mean, we need smart growth. And I know sometimes that seems like an oxymoron, but we need growth is the key term in there. I came before this commission, it's been over a decade ago, on a multifamily unit proposal that did pass on Walnut Street Pike. And I was one of the neighbors who was against it. And I said a couple of things why I was going to take some of the characteristics away from our neighborhood at Sunny Slope, and I've said it here before, I was wrong. What we said about some traffic things and the character of the neighborhood, I would go as far as to say we were wrong enough where it actually improved the neighborhood. So we have sometimes in our head, and I'm not saying this is this particular case, but we have this inflated things of what might happen. It's kind of the worst case scenario. It's not always that case. I just, we have to have that sort of perspective. I don't know where we're at on this particular one, but going by Ms. White's report and what she mentioned, it is a housing crunch here, and it is also a fiscal crunch. So we just kind of need that sort of perspective as we move forward. This is a tough job from the commission. I really commend the job you're doing in hearing all that, because it's a lot of pulls. It's like it's going to be the new housing is either too expensive or it's too dense or it's environmental. All of that in this sort of umbrella, this cloud we're hanging over is difficult, and you have a difficult job. But there's a lot of perspectives on this, and so sometimes we need to exhale a little bit and sort of get through this together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Megan Blair, and I'm a property owner in Matlock Heights. Again, the words you heard tonight from Matlock Heights residents are in relation to the UDO and its standards created to protect neighboring property owners. Everyone you heard from here knows that we need housing in Bloomington, so just want to make that clear. What we've heard tonight from the petitioner focuses on the constraints of the property, its width and the lack of room for an alley, and its drainage challenges, which need to be mitigated with a detention pond on a 4-acre parcel. The solutions being proposed to address these constraints consistently involve making the lots smaller and placing them closer together. In doing so, the plan seeks to bypass established requirements for lot sizes, setbacks, sidewalks, and alleys. At its core, this proposal is about maximizing the number of lots, even though doing so requires a whole list of variances from the UDO. This plan presented today is not the right fit for this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Ellen May. I live in Matlock Heights as well. I'm sorry I didn't plan to speak tonight either, but just want to share that my parents bought a home at Matlock Heights in 1993
had been the home of Dr. Middleton. Many know that name. It's a historic district. It's a very highly sensitive environment. We have nature cams in our backyard that capture a bobcat on the property who has a den there. Sorry, I'm so emotional. This really isn't the right place for this. If you step on that piece of land, it's 4 acres. It's not big, you guys. It is a small piece of land for what has been proposed. I'm all in favor of a house or 2 or 3 with the proper rules, but the reason we have these rules is because we set them up and we have to hold the line. We have to maintain this boundary, and this is just too much for this piece of land. I won't get into it, but I also want to say that this sewage thing is real. My parents dealt with it forever, so I now own my parents' home. We purchased it last year, and it backs down into the creek that feeds into Cascades, and we jokingly call it Schitt's Creek because it smells like shit. And we are working with the city to remedy the situation, but this is real. Like, I don't want to live like this. It's gross. I'm like worried to have people over, and it's just not sanitary or safe. So we got problems that we need help with, and we're getting help, and I'm so grateful to the city for their help. But I just want to say this is just too much. It feels very insensitive. It feels like a money grab, and that's not who we are. That's not the Bloomington that I grew up in. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
My name is Julie Williams, and I live on Glendora in Matlock Heights, and I raised my 3 kids there. We've been there for 24 years and have a major interest in seeing that this development, which, as I understood it, when this property was bought, it was permitted for 6 homes. Is that right? 6 homes. Well, I'm sure it's on record somewhere. And that seems reasonable for that size property. So the person who bought that property must have felt at that time that they could make a profit, create a nice development there with 6 homes on it. And why it became 15 homes seems to be just, I mean, how this benefits anyone other than the developer, how this profits or improves the lives of anyone. Again, I understand, yes, we do need housing, and no one was mocking the fact that people need homes. The problem is that the boo-hoo comes when it's like, oh, the developer can't make enough money unless we bypass all the rules that we have and cram as much concrete onto that lot as we can so that, why? So that the developer can make more money. It's not about affordable housing. He's never said it's about affordable housing. There's nothing, he won't even say how much these houses are going to cost. So, you know, it's whose interests are we really concerned with? I mean, yes, a person who's invested should make some money, and he will. But does it need to be at the expense of all of these people? I don't think so. That's all.
Thank you. Eric, do we have any online commenters yet?
Once again, if there's anybody online, please use the raise hand function or send a message via chat to the host and we can recognize you.
Any more additional public comment here in the chambers? All right, last call for public comment. All right, then we are back to the commission for any additional questions, comments, or a motion. We'll start down at this end this time. Commissioner Stossberg, go ahead.
I just have a quick question for staff. I'm totally in favor of moving this to a second hearing, but I just want to understand, like, they're asking for a couple variances for us, but then they also have to go to the BZA. So what would happen if we this is just hypothetical, so nobody get upset. If this is approved here, but then the BZA does not grant their variances, like procedurally, what does that look like?
So they're both independent of each other.
Right.
Different purview, different criteria for those. If you were to grant the waivers that are being requested for the number of lots being accessed from the alley and from the sidewalk, then it would have to go to the BZA. If the BZA denies those variances, then obviously that affects all of their lots within here. So they would have to come up with a new primary plat, which is what they're seeking, and come back to the plan commission for that.
Okay, thank you. All right, okay. Well, first, I appreciate all of the comments from the public on this one, and I'm going to try and frame a couple of them into some questions that we can pose or pursue if possible. So the first is a little bit about, I'm going to continue with a little bit of the procedural question. One, I'd love for the staff, if you could comment on the one person said it explicitly, but others implied it about precedent setting and how much it affects future development. And I realize we can't, we're not here to talk about future development. That's a difficult thing to imagine or propose. But I do want to just get some clarification on precedent of doing, as we continue to evolve and create new forms of housing and, make modifications, variances happen all the time in Plan Commission. What is precedent and how does that affect in Plan Commission?
So all of the criteria, for instance, that the waivers are based on come back to a peculiarity about a property. So those are reviewed on a situational basis. So there's not really a precedent that is set by one decision in one case. Each of those, both for the waivers and the variances, are reviewed for the situation and the lot that is in question.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I mean, I think it's important for us to remind ourselves of these things because I do think it it weighs heavily on our minds to think about precedent. And I appreciate Commissioner Holmes reminding us what the particulars, as you have just done, Eric, too, of the property and how that affects decisions we make. The other question I have is about we heard a lot about sewage and drainage and flood, and that is a serious concern. I don't know if anyone wants to address that, particularly petitioner, if this has given you new thoughts about how to address some of these clearly serious implications both for Matlock Heights and, I think a little bit for Dunn. And if you have other comments or concerns about that, I think it would be great to hear them now, staff or petitioner.
I've got just also a different list of kind of speaking to some of the concerns from the neighbors. I can start with that, though.
For right now, just answer the questions. We'll give you a chance to use your remaining time after we conclude this round of questions.
Sounds good. Just to be clear, the riparian area that is allowed by the UDO to have those engineered ponds in them to control, from an engineering standpoint, the stormwater that's coming off of our site. And so that's, then I can use sound calculation to make sure that nothing additional is especially going to the Matlock's Heights area. Another thing I just want to add to this is Matlock Heights is definitely south of us, and everything is draining to the north from our property. So everything goes to the northwest corner right now. So nothing from our site, perhaps a little from the backyards. It might be what it's doing now, but less stormwater will go in that direction. Now it'll still go to the northwest corner and still go on the same path, but at a controlled rate, unless part of our calculation is to show CBU particularly, but also hopefully assure some of the neighbors that we will be delivering less rate to their area, not less volume, less rate, to help control the flooding. Now again, From the property to the west of us, where this flows through, it goes through then 2 backyards that has an open channel defined ditch through it. I don't know if it's here or there for anybody, but it really, from a drainage standpoint, it's really not affecting that neighborhood, our site. It's going through 2 backyards at the end. After the west property, there's no drainage to Matlock Heights.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I'll move on. Yeah.
All right, additional questions from commissioners? Tron, go ahead.
This is a question, but I'm thinking you might have to get back to us. So let me go ahead and pull up the UDO. With the dimensional standards, which I was just on, but it moved. The minimum lot, if you could remember it by memory, in residential 2, what's that?
7,200 square feet, which equates to 0.16 acres per lot.
0.16 acres.
Correct.
And what we're seeing kind of on the diagram is kind of about, what, 0.11. It varies. And in the larger common space, I think it was like 0.75. So my question is, like, how many lots would you actually have to remove to then meet this standard? We're probably only talking about, and I don't want to guesstimate, but like 2, maybe 3 lots total to remove for them to almost have a by right development. So we're not, just for everyone to know that like someone could come here and propose all these lots and meet that minimum standard that's set. So we're really only talking about a difference of 3 lots. And that's a question, because I do think this will be continued, that maybe you could answer. I think it'd be great to bring Katie Stein, your drainage engineer, here too. I was going to actually ask if you could put up, I downloaded the UDO and I have it here now, but on the packet, page 20, wait, that's actually the page with the bioretention on there. I think a visual will help a bit for you, Mr. Brown. That's actually page 26. And what I'm getting at as they're bringing it up is what they're doing is they're creating bioretention with controlled release rates, which is meant to actually mitigate the stormwater coming on the site now and release it at a lesser rate, which is actually going to improve the stormwater impacts versus exacerbate them. So like with a lot of these issues with inadequate infrastructure, this is actually meant to be put in place to help mitigate floodings and things that we heard a lot of the neighbors concern. Would you be able to zoom in on that, Eric? It looked like you had the driver's seat. So as you can see, they have a lot on this diagram. It's quite busy, but it starts showing you kind of the sewer system and how all this water will release into that. And what Mr. Brown was saying earlier, it's going to then go into that riparian buffer, which is already defined, and kind of release, but at a slower rate, which is very important. And if I'm correct, the deviation is to kind of put that little road stub in the riparian easement, but they're still going to put that in an easement. Is that correct? I got to make sure some of these are questions. I forgot. We're in question time.
It's okay.
Yeah, so there will still be an easement that is required for the riparian buffer area. The road will not be going through that. Some of the detention will be in that area. But I think there's a portion of the road that might go through that easement area.
It looks maybe a portion, but we're talking about very minimal impact. And, sometimes we grant a lot of variances on the county side of things, so we're not impacting existing homes and such. This will be a new road, so I do understand why we would like to meet that compliance. That's it. I think this is very important to kind of bring some visualization to the discussion, and I also think it's very important to know that, like, we might only be talking about a couple of lots here. We're not talking about it going back to only being 1 or 2 lots, which I think a lot of the folks would like, but it is private property, and it's up to the property owner, right, as far as how they would like to propose a development. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, ultimately, the property owner, they do maintain a large degree of control over the property. Of course, there are the UDO regulations that they need to comply with, so that's why we're all here today.
Right. So, thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to give staff just a chance to answer that. Do you know offhand what the number of lots that would be allowed by right on this property would be?
I mean, it's hard to do a raw calculation. Obviously with it being 6 acres, I'm sorry, 4 acres. If you just did a raw calculation without factoring out roads and tree preservation and riparian buffer, that's a very different number than when you factor those in. So it's hard to really just take that box and put it within, or those boxes and put it within this box, because it's not realistic.
Yeah. Thanks. Commissioner Seymour, go ahead.
I guess a quick comment and then one question, and we're on questions, but just appreciating the neighbors, the public that came out and spoke, just wanting to recognize that a lot of what I heard were regarding things that will actually be discussed at the BZA, so just encourage you to attend that meeting where some of that is more applicable to, though it does relate to this discussion. But I think my question is wanting to talk a little bit about the alley question, since that's one of the big things that does come to us. And I guess just asking the petitioner, I imagine at some level you maybe have sketched it out, or at least in your head. If you could just walk through, what, if there was an alley, what would it look like? How would it tie in? What would the impacts be?
Yeah, it's a great question. We have done one iteration that kind of showed that, and again, as I described, it had its challenges. It would go nearly to the back property lines, so you'd have you'd turn into the project, and then you'd have some place that you turn to go behind the homes, and then come back out, so that it's safe and you don't get into a dead end situation or something like that. Another one of the challenges with that was that we don't want to make these lots too small, and so on the south side, then we had to introduce it again on the north side, and so there'd be extra grading work to make that happen, especially on the north side, like I was describing, and that's kind of, in words, that's how I'd describe it.
I think so, just in my own head. So essentially it's more like a U shape. It wouldn't have a dead end, and it would get close to the southern property line, close to the adjacent, but not right on that property.
That's correct.
Okay.
We would have to have it a little away from the property line for grading purposes. Of course, we couldn't put it right against there, but it would seem or show that again, we are removing some perimeter trees, but we're trying to save some so that there is some buffer through there, and again, some of those would be removed with having a straight alleyway through there. Hope that helps, I guess.
It does, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Yeah, go ahead.
I would make the comment, I would love to see a plan that complies with everything and that doesn't require setbacks, width, lot size variance, trees, stormwater mitigation, sidewalk, alley. I think if you do the raw calculation of the lot sizes, you come up with about, just back of the envelope here, about 4 lots is what I came up with. You think it's just under that. But when you throw in all the others, I think it's going to be a bigger effect than that. And I think, honestly, these variances are because of the plan, not because of anything inherent to the land. I'd like to see a plan that actually complies. What does that look like? How many houses would be on that? Thank you.
Any other, Commissioner Ballard, go ahead.
Yeah, just, we're doing quick comments? 'Cause I've
Yeah,
been at this a
questions or
while.
comments. I would like to get a motion on the
Yeah, I
table
was gonna
before we
comment
go
then
too deep
motion.
into our final comments, and also want to give the petitioner a chance to use their remaining time, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no, I think as a commissioner of the BZA, I think somebody mentioned a pause. The BZA is the pause. We get into a lot more detail, so I encourage all of you who commented, probably be at that meeting as well. But again, I think, I want to find the middle ground, I think. I think we definitely need to hear this again. But there's a housing study that's been put out by IU that anybody who talks about affordable housing or says they're for affordable housing, I think needs to read it. It's about 60 pages, and it's very alarming. But I think this conversation could go on and on, but I do think the BZA that Commissioner Burrell and I sit on gets into a lot more details with this, and I definitely think finding a common ground is what we're trying to do, so.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, the staff recommendation is that we forward this petition to the required second hearing. So if someone would like to make a motion, that would be in line with the staff recommendation. Commissioner Strasburg, yeah.
I would also like to make a quick comment if I could. I would like to make a quick comment if I could.
Yeah, please.
So I wrote down a few concerns, and they're not necessarily in any particular order. I'm concerned about the sheer number of variances and the different levels that they have to be at, and I think that a better plan would have fewer variances. And I'm not saying no variances because of the size of the lot. For example, the alleys, I would be far more likely to grant an alley variance if it was a few percentage points. We actually did that recently. It wasn't my favorite, but at least putting an alley on one side, I think, would be a preference for me. Just seems like there's a lot of stuff squeezed into the space, and it's kind of a stretch. I'm generally for density. I think that people who know anything about me know that I tend to go to density. Density in this particular location concerns me. It's not particularly walkable. It's not particularly bikeable. There's no transit out there. There's a lack of amenities in that area that would make this development incredibly car-centric. And if we want to care about environmental concerns, even just putting aside the idea, okay, we need density, but we also need density in the right places so that then we can minimize some of those other environmental aspects on this. So I'm a little concerned about putting density like this in that particular location just because it's just, I could be convinced maybe, but it's not my favorite place. The extension of Tamarack isn't actually in the transportation plan, and that got mentioned by a couple people, but it's not actually there. And I'm not saying that that's not necessarily a good idea, but that's not a reason for me to go, ooh, great, we can have this connectivity thing. That connectivity was never proposed. I'm interested in more information about drainage from CBU because that does concern me, and some of the language, the preliminary language from CBU is concerning to me. And the other piece is the affordability piece. If there could be some guarantee of affordability with the density, then I would also be more likely to be okay, maybe we can manage that if there's some affordability promises in there, but there are no affordability promises. And that just leaves me in kind of a tough spot. So anyway, thank you. I'm looking forward to a second hearing and maybe seeing some changes.
Thank you. Commissioner Bishop.
So Commissioner Seabour mentioned the 2025 study that IU did. It's not an affordability study, it's attainability, which is, I think, a key distinction here between the goals that we have as a city of having affordable housing and also being able to have housing that people can get into at any means. And I think that that's the difference there. To that point, though, I believe that I would like to see some of the general cost specs that you guys have for these, because I think that makes this maybe a little bit more palatable if they are attainable or affordable. I'm not saying that that's the goal for this particular housing development, but it makes decisions like these a bit more, reasonable to make when you have so many exceptions and waivers that you're requesting is at least it meets some other criteria in other areas, which at this point I think there are too many variables that we don't have. So that would be one piece of the puzzle I'd like to see.
Commissioner Kinsey.
Thanks. I appreciate what everyone's offered already from the commission's standpoint and everything the public has commented on. I think there's a lot to consider in this proposal. I'm generally for infill, like Commissioner Stassberg. I have a lot of concerns about this place for that kind of infill, and particularly given the environmental constraints and just I think one resident described it in hill and holler area of Indiana. This is certainly characteristic of that. So I have a lot of concerns about what this lot can allow and permit safely, and also without making a lot of, well, I mean, we're always sacrificing trees whenever we're developing anything. So just the lowest level of reduction in any sort of environmental issues would be a concern. The drainage issues and the mitigation of sewage and other problems, I'm interested in what Commissioner Enright Randolph was describing in terms of the benefits. I think if those could be explained a little bit more, we could come to some greater understanding of how that could help with some larger issues that the community is facing. I think that's very important to do this well, and I appreciate even the developer describing how this can be engineered, and I think that's an important thing for us to all understand. I'd like to know more about that. So describing how that happens will be important for a second hearing. The other thing, the alley is still very interesting to me. It's part of our UDO. If we can work that into a plan to make it viable, I think that does help reduce some of my concerns about safety of drive cuts and just overall access to this space. My last issue is the Dunn safety. It is a narrow road. There is no shoulder. There's no sidewalk. Whether it needs a traffic study, I don't know. It's a large expense for. I'm not really sure if that's the right answer, but I'd like to know what the answer should be to understand what the traffic is in that space. So lots to still think about on this, and many concerns. And I still would be interested in hearing if the developer has some responses right now, or if you want to hold all that to when you come back. But if you want to float anything by us now, I think it would be useful. That's it from me.
Thank you. Do we have any additional comment or a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion so we can move this along. Some move that we deny the requested waiver for the second hearing and forward this petition to the required second hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Anything the petitioner would like to add with your remaining time before we wrap up?
Sorry, just real quick. I had a list of notes, but I'll just keep it quick here, that the density issue, when we originally did this plan with a bulb and not having the road go through, we achieved 15 lots. With that, with not going into the riparian area that we are now. And so the density is just making some of those smaller and saving more trees and saving more environmental features. And that's where so it's not more dense per se, it's just the smaller lots. Does that make sense? So it's the same number of lots that you would have gotten before, but with more less environmental impact per se. I did have just one follow-up question. Somebody mentioned they wanted to see a by right plan. Would you include the through road on the by right plan, or do you want just a by right without the through road?
I think that was my comment you're talking about. I'm open to, I don't know what the by right plan has to look like, so I don't really have an opinion on whether it would include a road or not.
Okay.
So.
All right. Thank you. All right. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any final discussion before we call the roll on the motion? All right. Let's call the roll on the motion to forward this to a second hearing.
Ballard.
Yes.
Bishop.
Yes.
Burrell.
Yes.
Seaboard.
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Whistler.
Yes. All right, that motion carries, and we'll see you at our next meeting. I just want to take a moment to give a quick situation report and remind Commission of our rules. We are not to hear any new cases after 9 p.m., and we are automatically adjourned at 9:30 if we don't suspend those rules. Our first petition there took about 2 hours. If our next one takes 2 hours, we're not going to get to our third one. So we probably need to be aware of that and try to be as expedient as we can here if we want to get through the agenda tonight. So next up on our agenda, we will have petition SP 2025-12-0094. This is BRCG Civil Engineering, and I think, once again, we have Jamie Kreinler, case manager, to present. Take it away.
Okay, thank you again. So I will try to be brief with this report. The detailed version is in the staff report. I'll try to highlight the important elements for the discussion tonight. And in particular, I know the developer, the petitioner, wants to discuss some of the recommended conditions. So that's part of why it was moved off the consent agenda. So I just want to share that. So the petitioner is William Riggert of BRCJ. There are some other representatives from BRCJ here with us this evening. The area of this currently vacant site is slightly under 1.5 acres. The zoning is the Mixed-Use Downtown Showers Technology District, or the MDST District for short, and the comprehensive plan designation is downtown. The property is also part of the Downtown Overlay District in the Bloomington Trades District. So the request, as you stated, is for major site plan approval for a new Trades District Hotel, and this is located on the properties at 477 West Maker Way, 422 West 10th Street, and 617 North Madison. The proposed hotel has 4 frontages, with West Maker Way to the north, North Madison Street to the east, West 10th Street to the south, and North Rogers Street to the west. Surrounding properties to the north, east, and west are zoned MDST, and the adjacent properties to the south are zoned mixed-use downtown core. Some of the notable nearby sites include the Forge and the Mill, and also City Hall. The proposed Trades District Hotel is a 4-story tall, full-service boutique hotel with 160 to 170 guest rooms and roughly 5,000 square feet of meeting space. The petitioner was granted 2 variances from the Board of Zoning Appeals on November 20th of last year. So the first variance that was granted was from the upper floor facade step back requirement on parts of the west and the south facades. And the second variance was from the minimum landscape area regulation of 15%. So those were previously granted. And the petitioner attended the Development Review Committee meeting on December 2nd as required. And they also presented to the Near West Side and Maple Heights Neighborhood Association meetings on December 18th of last year. And those are both required pre-submittal meeting activities for a major site plan review. The proposed hotel includes a restaurant to serve guests and the public, third-party retail spaces, and a rooftop bar and outdoor patio on the 4th level of the building. The submitted plan also shows locations for public art, a green wall, garden spaces, bicycle parking, and other amenities. For the proposed architecture, the first level of the hotel will consist of masonry and glass with limestone accents. The upper levels of the hotel will consist of glass, rain screen paneling, and metal accents. This is a perspective view at the corner of Rogers and West 10th Street. There are no driveway access points proposed with the hotel. There's no parking proposed with the hotel. They're planning to use the parking garage that's across the street and nearby for their parking needs. There is an existing alley off West Maker Way to the north and a proposed alley along North Madison to the east, and the petitioner is proposing to dedicate this new east-west alley to serve as an access point for the site. For the street classifications, West Maker Way and North Madison Street are shared streets, and they require a 10-foot sidewalk and 5-foot tree plot. So those are the streets to the north and the east. Pedestrian facilities and street trees were installed along these frontages by the city in 2019. West 10th Street to the south and North Rogers Street to the west are general urban streets, and they require a 10-foot sidewalk and 8-foot tree plot. Along North Rogers Street, there's only 16.6 feet of space between the property line and the existing edge of the street curb, and the planning director has authorized a reduction to the tree plot width to 6.61 feet. So that is not shown on this plan, just to be clear. A lot of these conversations took place last week, so not all the revisions are updated in the plan at this time, but that is the intention of the petitioner as approved by the planning director for the west side, is to install the 10-foot sidewalk as required and the modified tree plot, which would be 6.61 feet instead of the required 8 feet. After major site plan review, if approved by the Plan Commission, the petitioner will have to apply for a site development permit, SDP, with the planning department. So at that time is when we would plan to see these revisions made on the plan. So I just want to address that point. I also want to address West 10th Street to the south, because the travel lanes, the on-street parking, the tree plot, and the sidewalk widths have not been finalized and confirmed at this time. So the petitioner, and they may talk about this when they present, but they're continuing to have conversations with planning and engineering about the exact width of the travel lanes, the on-street parking, the tree plot, and the sidewalk. With the travel lanes that are proposed, I think on this plan it's showing 11 feet. There have been some discussions about those being reduced to 10 feet or 10 and a half feet. So that remains to be seen. For the on-street parking, they have reduced on their plan to show 7 feet wide on-street parking instead of the existing 8 feet. And I don't see a tree plot on this plan. I will say that if they cannot provide at minimum, a 5-foot wide tree plot, then that would require them to go back to the Board of Zoning Appeals for a variance. If they would like to provide less than an 8-foot tree plot, but more than a 5-foot tree plot, that is something that the UDO authorizes the planning director to approve instead of them having to get a variance. So that's something that still needs to be sorted out. And then the 10-foot wide sidewalk is a requirement along West 10th Street. For the general compliance criteria, the dimensional standards for the proposed hotel have been met as modified by the approved variance from the minimum landscape area regulation. There are no known sensitive or regulated environmental feature, and the property is not within a regulated 100-year floodplain. Regarding the access and connectivity, the petitioner is continuing to work with city engineering, planning and transportation, and Bloomington Transit to ensure compliance with the sidewalk, tree plot, on-street parking, and bus stop regulations. And these are all recommended as conditions of approval. There are some minimum bicycle parking requirements that still need to be met on the plan. Some parking spaces are shown, but with the building being over 20,000 square feet in size, all 20 bicycle parking spaces are required to be covered. So that's also a condition in the staff report that they would need to address prior to their site development permit being issued. Private hotel pickup and drop-off areas are not permitted, so that would also need to be reflected in their final plan. It would need to be available for the public at large and not just for private hotel use. And I believe that's regulated by Title 15, the engineering's code. So overall, the site and building design standards have been met as modified by the approved step-back variance for the west and south facades. There are a few minor revisions that are necessary as it relates to some of the street trees and landscaping, and those are also included as conditions of approval. In conclusion, the proposed site plan meets the requirements of the UDO with the approved variances and the conditions of approval outlined in the staff report. So the staff recommendation is that the Plan Commission adopts the proposed findings and approve this case. There are 11 conditions in the report. I do believe the petitioner would like to discuss the Bloomington Transit bus stop condition in particular. And there might need to be some more discussion had on the West 10th Street widths for the travel lane, what the final plan will be there. But otherwise, a site development permit is required prior to any land disturbance, and final approval from Bloomington Utilities is required prior to issuance of the site development permit. The petitioner also needs to submit a lighting and photometric plan before issuance of the SDP, and any public improvements that are removed within the right-of-way must be replaced. So as far as we know at this time, the petitioner, due to the hotel having such a limited, basically not much of a setback from the property line, it's very minimal. The petitioner is expecting to have to disturb the existing infrastructure, especially along the south and the west, but potentially to the north and the east as well. So that's why we have the condition that any of the public improvements that are removed during construction would need to be replaced. And I'm happy to provide any additional information and answer any questions.
Thank you. Is there a representative of the petitioner who would like to add anything tonight?
Good evening. I'm Dustin Egg with Ratio Architects, representing the owner. Also have BRCJ with me as well on the civil engineering side. Thank you for your summary, as always. To speak to a couple of items, specifically about 10th Street, yes, there's some particulars that still need to be worked through, as we were discussing this last week even, about the width and the on-street parking and those specific elements. We are still in the process of that. We have every intention of meeting the requirements. If we are not meeting them, we understand we'll be going back for a zoning variance request, as it may relate to specifically on-street parking and the related spaces for the street trees. So that is something that's still being worked through. That also relates to the overall width of that 10th Street, trying to make sure that is really the most safest and best use for that. With the curve, it's a bit of a unique circumstance that we're all working through right there. One item that we're kind of, as there are 11 conditions, the item 3 with the bus stop or requested bus shelter along Rogers Street, that is an item that we do take exception to. There are, as was requested, there would be either a bus shelter located at the northwest corner northwest corner of 10th Street and Rogers, or the southeast corner of Rogers and Maker's Way. And with that, one of the existing bus stops, which is at the B line south of the property or north of there, would be relocated to alongside the property. I think a few things to consider with that is that the property or the site rises about 10 feet from 10th Street as it goes up to Maker's Way. So and an understanding that the hotel entrances are along 10th Street, and the trigger for the requested bus stop would be that this property is requiring more transit use. So that would start to really suggest a bus stop along the southwest side of the property itself, so the northeast corner of 10th Street. At the northern property, you would really be taking a further path of travel and also rising up 10 feet. From an accessibility standpoint, it becomes a little bit problematic at that standpoint. We would prefer to keep things a little bit more level. There is a existing bus stop that is along the B line, south, just south of the property, less than a fifth of the mile from the front door of the property. That seems to be a better location. It's actually physically closer, considering the curvature of 10th Street. And then there is also a related plaza with that space that does allow for kind of the space for people to sit and wait for a bus to have there. When you start to locate it on the southwest corner of the property, it does start to create some problems with the required sidewalks and also pedestrian traffic flow into the restaurant spaces itself. So there could be some congestion also with the bus stop coming just north of an intersection. There's can be some problems with traffic moving out from 10th Street heading north onto Rogers Street. So those are the kind of the factors that we are really have some problems with locating a bus stop at that location right there. And then beyond that, I'm happy to answer any other questions regarding the project.
All right, thank you. Are there questions from commissioners, either for staff or for the petitioner? Commissioner Seaboard.
I guess just to dig in a little bit to the transit discussion, I think just reading the report, just making sure I'm understanding the condition right. So the condition as it's listed is that the petitioner must coordinate with BT to provide a transit stop that meets their specifications. So as I read it, I didn't even, I guess, know, or there's flexibility potentially built into that as long as it meets BT's specs. I guess I don't know if this is petitioner or staff, but what has BT specified it shall be in this corner, or has that discussion just not yet taken place?
There has been some discussion starting at the Development Review Committee meeting. We got a comment from Shelley Strymaitis and BT about this transit stop, and I have her email pulled up in front of me. So it reads, if a shelter can be added to the project, we would move a nearby stop to the new shelter location. These are Shelley's words. I was thinking that the southwest corner of the property would be suitable to replace the stop we have at the Beeline Rail Trail, but if it would be easier to put a shelter at the northwest corner, we could instead move the stop on Rogers Street closer to 11th Street. Traditionally, BT offers to take over the maintenance of bus shelters put in by developers, so it can be a nice way to have maintenance-free amenities for guests. So that's from Shelley, and that's the last I heard about this. I think Jessica Salty at BRCJ was maybe coordinating with Bloomington Transit, but I did not hear any final word on that. So that's why it was included as a condition in the staff report.
Okay, and so I guess I didn't hear in those languages like it shall be is the condition as it's written problematic from the petitioner's side, or it just says that it will work to find the spot that's suitable?
Well, there are, related to the bus shelter itself, there is an associated cost with it. And so there's no denying that. Also, as we look at the spots that you're really looking to serve, it would make sense that the spot on the next to the Beeline really is serving the population at its location. Moving that to the property or north of 10th Street, it becomes an issue for the hotel itself. You're starting to park a bus in front of a restaurant. And then there are also, even along Rogers Street, you have to consider that a bus stop starting and stopping, you have people trying to sleep. And so there can become detrimental impacts for the property itself.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I think just as a person that has seen transit users on this corridor, just recognizing that, I guess, it is in theory being put there to serve this development. That's why it's a part of it. But there's also adjacent land uses. There's a housing right across the street that those are the people that I've seen use that bus stop. And so in proximity to that might be how transit's thinking about it. Just to circle that, the discussion about 10th Street, just in all the other conditions that are listed, generally okay with recognizing there may be additional things coming forward.
Sure, yes. Yeah, that is something that it's the development of design. It's really, there's a lot of nuance with that particular, with it being a curve, and also the suggestion, we're recommending putting in a speed table across there to improve the pedestrian crossing across that street from the garage to the proposed project. So there's just a lot of discussion right now, right there with that, where that speed table goes, where the pick drop is, where that parking, where, there's a lot of parts that are really, that are at play right there. So we've had some very good conversations to work through that, so everyone is getting, we can come to a solution that makes the most sense for everyone.
Great, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Stassberg.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions, I think, for staff about the alley. So there's already right-of-way alley on the alley that's going north-south, and then the proposal, as was approved when council vacated the rest of that alley, was to put an alley, like to make it an L-shaped going out. And so the petitioner is prepared to do that, and so there's something in this contract somewhere where that's going to be designated right-of-way, is my first question. Yes. And
If
then,
I could just clarify, that would be, it's one of the conditions. So condition number 9 talks about dedication of the
Okay. Oh,
east-west
wonderful.
alley.
thank you.
Yeah.
And then whose responsibility is it to construct the alley? Because once the alley is there, it's the city's responsibility to maintain it, right? But who's constructing it to begin with?
I believe it's the petitioner that would construct that.
Okay, does the petitioner agree with that? Okay, great.
If y'all want to build it, we'll let you.
Oh, no, please, that would be great. I think that's all I wanted to know, thanks.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Kinsey.
Yeah, thank you for the presentations. My questions were a little bit about the topic you just started to talk about on 10th Street for access to the hotel. I mean, I have some real concerns about people crossing that area of 10th coming from the garage and doing that safely to get into the hotel, dragging luggage or whatever it is, boxes or whatever it is they're bringing in. Can you talk a little bit more about what the proposal is to design that crossing way safely?
Sure. The proposed design is to implement a speed table across 10th Street. So it becomes a traffic calming measure to slow down traffic, and also creates a very obvious and designated crossing spot for that. So it really doing two things in that regard, creating, slowing down traffic at a specific location, but also making it very obvious to those who are doing the crossing that this is the spot to go to.
Okay. And that's the expectation, is the garage to the south of the property is the main parking area. I mean, I know there's parking across the street potentially, but across Rogers potentially?
Sure, yes, that is the intent.
Okay. Okay, one other question about the landscaping variation. I mean, this is, I appreciated a vegetative roof, but boy, this is a lot of building and no landscaping. Say more about that. Why is there so little on the ground for that?
The landscaping that's around the building, there's actually a fair bit of landscaping along Rogers Street within the step backs that we have along that location right there. We're also filling in landscaping on the on the east side, and then on the northern leg of the property itself. It's a balance that we're really working with in creating this development, while also working with the required setbacks, because we're not allowed to set the building too far back from the property line. So at the same time, there's a step back. So we're kind of working within a sweet spot. And so we are working to maximize the landscaped areas that we have as much as we can.
Thanks. Thank you.
Commissioner Bishop.
So with the parking garage being the main source of parking for the 200 or so guests that would be coming to the hotel, what's the current utilization rate of the parking garage as it sits? Because right now it's not only utilized by the mill and the trades district, but also some city government people, county government people. It's kind of a catch-all right now for that area.
Yeah. You're answering a question, asking a question I can't answer as far as it. So I don't know the answer to what the utilization is of the parking garage right now. I will say though that the trends in hospitality are moving less and less away from parking, and that's just a kind of a nationwide, industry-wide trend. Is that people are utilizing cars less, for hotels.
I understand that, but they've got to park somewhere.
Sure.
So even if they're going to get on the bus line that they may have to walk across the street to, they're still going to have to park their car somewhere. And so with there being 350-ish spots in that parking garage, if you've got 200 guests coming in with 200 cars, that means there's 150 left to disperse amongst everybody else. So I would be interested to find out what that looks like on current utilization. Another question I have is, what kind of a traffic impact are you expecting in the area outside of just the 10th Street? Because that's, again, very narrow place. I've had my side mirror ripped off there already, and it's not busy. But 11th Street is a concern for me because that stop sign, the four-way stop up there on 11th and Rogers, is already doggedly slow. You add in, before and after school traffic and everything else that goes into it, and then a couple hundred people kind of coming in and out for hotel stuff. That seems like that would be a real choke point right there. I mean, any thoughts on that?
Are you speaking to 11th Street? Or?
Yeah, 11th and Rogers, the four-way stop up there on the northwest corner.
So this is a block north of the property?
Sure.
Okay. I think that, primarily, it would be to look at where the traffic would be coming from. So if we're talking about people in a garage, so they would be, if the people are arriving, they are arriving at different times, and so not everyone would be coming down from Rogers and circling through there. And then so really you go to the exiting standpoint. So people leaving a garage and going to a certain spot right there. I think hotels traditionally don't drive a lot of peak or surge traffics. It's kind of just, kind of pretty consistent throughout the day. So is there an out of traffic? Sure. But it is, it's not specifically a concentrated load of traffic that you're seeing surges at certain points of the day.
Final question I have for you. Regarding, you had mentioned bus noise being one of the concerns about the bus stop. Is that to say the hotel will be so poorly insulated from sound deadening perspective that would be an issue?
It's not the insulation. It's really about the glazing. Everything has a weak spot, and so this is something that is it's a common element. At any hotel is the sound, and so anything that you can start to think through to help mitigate that, it becomes an area of concern.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from commissioners? All right, seeing none, then we will go to public comment. If you'd like to make comment and you're here in the chambers, just step up to the podium, state your name for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. If you are joining us online and you'd like to make comment, click on the React button, find the raise hand option, or send a chat message to the meeting host, and we will recognize you when it is your turn to speak.
Sorry, hello, I'm Greg Alexander. I just wanted to add something that Commissioner Seaboard already mentioned. The purpose of the bus stop is mostly for people who are not using the hotel, but for people who already live here. The building across the street, really, they do use that bus stop. They don't, I don't know their reasons, but they don't go all the way south to the Beeline. They like the bus stop that's almost directly across the street from their place, even though it is a jaywalk, and I sure wish we could do something about Rogers Street safety. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mr. President. This is Christopher G. from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to support the Trades District Hotel site plan and the staff's recommendation for approval. I personally am looking forward to the rooftop bar, but from a chamber perspective, this project has several reasons to move forward. I think number one is it's a major investment milestone. The proposal reflects private investment capital into the Trades District, which helps a long-standing vision on the grounds of progress. And foundationally, the infrastructure for an innovative district. This is what we want, and the hotels are not ancillary in these environments. They help support multi-day business activity essential to innovation ecosystems. And that ecosystem here in Bloomington is missing young professionals. I think the Trades District has a real possibility to be a beacon for that, creating innovation-driven environment that exists apart from campus, that is really a demographic space that the city is currently missing. And as I mentioned in a previous public comment, we need people living here. And that talent attraction and retention is a real functioning of this innovation district with amenities that Bloomington can compete with early career development talent to work, live, and collaborate here in a setting that's distinct from the rest of the town. And then the other thing is the process matters. The petitioner has gone through a lot of the points. This has taken a while. And the staff has evaluated the proposal and found it compliant and recommended it for approval and conditions. And then predictability encourage investment. We've heard how much that red tape government costs. We need the predictability as best we can. And then we've also heard about another hotel site that's having difficulty. So we know we need hotel space here. So I encourage the approval of this site plan so this project and the broader Trades District ecosystem can continue to move forward, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm John Fernandez. I'm the CEO of the Mill, and I'm here to support the proposal. First, I want to thank our city planning staff. They've worked closely with the Mill team and the developer from the get-go on this. There's been a lot of really great engagement very early on in the process so that we could mutually understand what our expectations were and set some goals together. We are very excited about the project for lots of reasons that Chris mentioned, but just a little reminder, this land was owned by the City Redevelopment Commission, and this proposal was approved as part of a project plan by our Redevelopment Commission specifically for this project, for the hotel project. A hotel is a by right use in this zoning, so I think it's important to think about that in the context of a lot of the discussions around larger, traffic issues, et cetera. I do want to make a quick comment about the bus stop, because on the one hand, I'm certainly very pro public transit. I get a little squeamish when the process adds things that aren't necessarily required. This may seem like a small thing, but in the context of how we heard in the earlier petition, people wanting to stick to the code, let's be consistent with that if that's the thinking here. But more importantly, I think the location, the current location of the bus stop on the south side of the B line is a better location. It's better suited to connecting pedestrians to the B line itself and the sidewalk network. There's also, as some of you may know, there's a large new apartment project that's going through the process on the former Bloomington Iron and Metal site. So, you know, it just seems like where it's at is a pretty good place. The petitioner referenced some of the challenges of moving it across a street. I share those in terms of just the, you know, if you're going to have your primary restaurant facility right there, having the bus stop there just seems a little bit out of sync. The other site that was proposed by the member of the Bloomington Transit staff was for a site further north that the petitioner doesn't own or control. So, I mean, when we start thinking about the process that we go through for trying to work on and supporting, you know, positive investments in our city, I just hope people would think about the big picture, about some of the inconsistency, the uncertainty, and asking people to do things that they can't control. That's just more of an editorial comment. On the parking garage, we worked prior to the approval by the Redevelopment Commission for this project plan with the city's parking department to understand capacity. The garage has 355 spaces. As part of the project agreement, the city's agreed to provide permits, but they're paid for at the market rates, whatever they are. But when you talk to the parking staff, particularly with hotels, the peak use of a garage is different than your typical daytime use of these urban garages. They have a similar agreement with the Graduate Hotel, and it works out quite well in terms of, from a city's perspective, maximizing the investment that you made in the garage. So that ensures that there's higher utilization throughout the entire, you know, time through the week and the weekends than you currently have. So it actually is going to work, I think, well as we continue to coordinate with the city staff on parking. So just to wrap things up, you know, this is a big investment in downtown Bloomington. It's an exciting development in terms of what it means for the vision we have of the Trades District as an innovation hub. It's going to be a great addition to that whole development potential along the B line, north at the Trades District, to the Convention Center, to Hopewell, to Switchyard. So I'd encourage the Plan Commission to support the petition. Thanks.
Thank you.
We do have one person online with the hand raised.
Yeah, let's go ahead to the online commenter. If there's anyone else in the chambers that would like to comment, please feel free to queue up behind the podium here so we can keep things moving.
Talisha Kopic, you should be able to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, hi. Thank you to the Plan Commission for your consideration of this important project. I'm Talisha Kopic, speaking on behalf of Downtown Bloomington, Inc. We wanted to voice our strong support for this proposed boutique hotel in the Trades District. Trades District is such a premier example of successful public-private partnership. Given the current national spotlight on Bloomington, it's now more important than ever to elevate our overnight accommodations. The proposed design with featuring limestone and masonry and glass with a modern aesthetic, along with amenities such as the rooftop bar, outdoor patio, public art, garden space, will serve as vital assets for welcoming visitors and thus strengthening our community. The Trades District's already a beautiful area, and this development will be an excellent addition to its character. I'd back up, John, with the parking and the shared parking concept of being able to fully utilize that parking garage. Would encourage the Plan Commission to support this project, and thank you to Mr. Whitaker and John and Jane and planning staff and all those who've worked hard to get to this point. It's exciting times.
Thank you.
We do have one more person online, but if we want to take the person here in council.
You could do online and I'll just sign
No,
it.
it's okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. My name is Casey Green. I'm a resident of the Maple Heights neighborhood, and I did attend the meeting that was held in December, and I would say that I really appreciated that meeting and the involvement. There were a lot of interesting aspects of the project. But it didn't really allow us time to meet as a neighborhood, given the holidays, and there are some concerns. It was communicated to us up front, or it was my understanding that all the green infrastructure, the trees and everything were compliant and not needing variance. And so we would like more information about that before, as a neighborhood, we would be able to get on board. Otherwise, there were a lot of things that were mostly to be determined. So we had questions primarily about traffic, runoff, the price point of the rooms, and the overall environmental impact. Our main issue, and I'll just speak for me, but the main issue is traffic. We already have a very, very dangerous situation up over the Rainbow Bridge, up North Madison. We also have it on the other side of College. So we're being bisected, our neighborhood is being bisected by very dangerous traffic. North Madison is also the primary connector with the B line and then the 17th Street east-west corridor, like multi-use path. So that is where cyclists get off onto that pinch point and that friction point that we're talking about right there where the bus stop is. They get off the B line, get on the road, go up over the railroad with no protected area. Is already very, very, very dangerous. And so to get a lot of buy-in, I would say like those need to be addressed before we exacerbate the issue. And so I would say that first part. The second part is we're expecting the River District to be a big topic coming up in the next year. A lot of the justification there is that so many of our liquor licenses are going to chain restaurants that are big, and we need to be supporting local restaurants and small-scale establishments. From listening to my neighbors, I think it's going to be harder to get buy-in on that if we're simultaneously greenlighting a chain luxury restaurant and a rooftop bar. I'm not saying I'm hearing anyone being completely opposed. I'm just saying that those two things happening simultaneously when one is very controversial isn't a great look, and it should give like a little bit of pause. I also have concerns about whether we're actually keeping money in the city or if it's just going out. If people are coming in to the hotel and then going down to the restaurant and going up to the bar, and those are all chains, how much of that is going out into the community? I'm conflicted about this because I do like the idea of a rooftop terrace bar. I do like the idea of a luxury restaurant there. But I think there's a lot from the neighborhood side of things about how we're going to be impacted versus how much we're actually being benefited. And I'll say that me personally, as a mid-career professional, I was so excited about a trades district. I was so excited to have walkable, gainful, skilled employment. And this feels more like the opportunity to service tradesmen rather than to be one. So that's kind of a tough pill to swallow. I do like that the area is being utilized, but given the traffic impacts, it's not going to improve employment for people in my neighborhood. We talk a lot about people needing to live here and not commute, and the fact that we need to We have this aging population. Our neighborhood is a prime example. I live right there. I'm a prime example. I'm feeling choked out. I'm feeling like if we drive this traffic up Madison, how am I supposed to get anywhere except to drive? Our neighbors will be picking up that cost, and when asked, it hasn't been considered. Traffic in and out hasn't been considered, and to my mind, Madison is going to be the main transit down, not College. So
30
I would
seconds.
like to see those addressed, and I do have a comment from a neighbor who wanted me to say, the building of a hotel must be preceded by improving pedestrian and bicycle safety along Rogers, north and south of 11th, along 11th from Rogers to College, and along College, north and south to 11th. Data about past incidents and enforcement actions in these areas should be used to inform future safety improvements. And we would just like the opportunity for the Bike and Pedestrian Safety Commission to
It's your time.
chime in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we
We
go back
have
to the
one
online
more
commenter.
person online. Clark, you should be able to speak.
Good evening. My name's Clark Greiner. I am with the interim director for the Bloomington Economic Development Corporation. I wanted to thank the Plan Commission for considering approval of the in support of the Trades District Hotel. I think this is a great redevelopment project, and I think it's vital for future expansion of our innovation ecosystem in the downtown area. I want to talk about a brief experience we had not long ago. Recently, we had a business attraction initiative out at the Monroe County Airport. That business attraction customer or client that's considering our community to locate here is bringing, potentially may bring some innovative aerospace and innovation. And one of the things that happens when you're bringing clients in for a business attraction, it's vital to show the interconnectedness between the university, their workforce, and how industry connects with that. The Trades District and the hotel actually creates that. It creates a place where they can go and stay and be able to connect with one another and interact. And so that's exactly what transpired with this conversation that we had. I thought, I won't get into all the details that John and Chris and Talisha already talked about, but I think it's really important that we drive and have places where we can convene these types of conversations between professional businesses, traded sectors, and also our talent and innovation districts. So I think it's vital for that. I would continue, or I would just strongly encourage you to support this initiative, and I think it would be great for future development and future business attractions to our community overall. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more person online. Mike, you should be able to speak.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody who's working on this project. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Visit Bloomington, we're excited. I'm Mike McAfee. I'm the executive director at Visit Bloomington. We're excited about this development. The quality of the hotel is very impressive. It's going to be a great addition to the overall stable of accommodations in the Bloomington area that we can offer to visitors and be a great improvement to that. It's going to, it's going to improve the overall lodging experience that we can offer to visitors. It's going to make a positive impression on anyone that sees it. That includes investors, young professionals, and talent perhaps considering Bloomington as a place to do business and relocate. Definitely we'll do that, as others have mentioned. I do want to say I appreciate the comments about the bus stop and parking and all of that. It's been great to have communication with the developer, Charles Whitaker. I appreciate his effort to reach out to members of the community, the business community, to talk about the development, including myself. I know that this group in developing is going to want to work with the neighborhood and everybody to make it the best that it can be and work for everybody. That doesn't always happen, so I'm really looking forward to working with this hotel and the management team. We need this hotel room inventory. To be truthful, and this was one of the problems with the stadium district, why it didn't pass. I know the neighborhood wasn't in favor, thinking that a bunch of short-term rentals would pop up, but we have too many short-term rentals in the market, and more quality available rooms competing for lodging market share might help level that out. In November, we had 885 short-term rentals in the Bloomington area. From my experience and seeing what other markets in the state have, I think 500 is a more viable number and something that would be healthy for our market. And I think this quality hotel, like this development, will provide for some healthy competition. And if we can ever narrow that number down and bring back 300 houses, apartments, and condos that could be available for long-term housing in the market, I think that would be a great benefit and help with our housing shortage. So I do hope you support this and keep moving it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
If there's anybody else online, please use the raise hand function or send a message via chat to the host and we can recognize you.
Last call for public comment. All right, seeing none, we are back to the commission for any additional questions or comments or a motion. Commissioner Strasburg.
I just want to clarify with staff, after one of the public commenters mentioned the variances regarding the trees, like that variance was already granted by the BZA, right?
Yes, there was a variance granted by the BZA for the minimum landscape regulation of 15% is what the UDO requires. I have the numbers in front of me if you're interested. So they're providing about 6,200 square feet of landscape area. The UDO requires around 8,900. So that's the difference in terms of what was approved by the BZA. And to supplement that, they did show in an open space diagram presented to the BZA that they'll have about 4,900 square feet of outdoor space and 9,500 square feet of green roof area. So those are the numbers.
Okay, and then generally speaking, this development is with the conditions like by right, essentially, right? Like since they have those variances, it's...
Yeah, I think modified by the variances and some of the conditions outlined, or yeah, the conditions in the staff report address any items that weren't granted by the BZA.
Okay.
For example, the lighting and photometric plan is still something that the UDO requires and that needs to be reviewed. As far as the bus stop, I can share if the Plan Commission would like to see, there's a section of the UDO that does talk about public transportation routes and those transit requirements. So that was drawn from the UDO as well when evaluating the condition in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Enright Randolph.
I'm going to ask a question, and I guess if you know the answer, awesome. If not, it's been a while, but the Redevelopment Commission has invested in this area quite significantly, and I think some of it was stormwater improvements, and I don't want to guesstimate, but are you able to talk about kind of the investments that we've already made within this area quite some time ago? That's why my memory on it's a bit fuzzy, but like the aging infrastructure is a concern, and getting something there that can utilize it, and you know we can maximize the investments that we've already made in that area. I don't see anyone with RDC here, so could you speak to it?
I mean, I could just briefly say, and the petitioner or any of the representatives can kind of supplement this. You know, we did install new infrastructure within the Trades District, and this particular project itself is unique for downtown projects in that they will have on-site detention to some capacity. So that's certainly a rarity for a downtown project to have any on-site detention component to it.
Right, and I guess my main point is that we've made significant investment here with our redevelopment commission, and getting something on this site is probably pretty important so the infrastructure doesn't keep aging, and then we have to go and repair it. So just, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? I'll just ask one more clarifying question. If we were to remove recommendation number 3 from the approval, what's the practical effect of that if Bloomington Transit decides there needs to be a change in that stop? Does that just simply mean that they would have to bear the cost of moving that?
Yes. So, the way the staff's approach this, as Jamie pointed out, there's a section in the UDO that talks about, for any development over a certain square footage requirement that is expected to generate public transit usage, that they are required to put in a bus stop. So that was our approach, is that, and which was what Bloomington Transit confirmed, is that, they expect transit usage here. They're required to put in a stop. The location for that along Rogers is open for discussion, at any portion along here. But yes, if, the Plan Commission made a determination that this development doesn't generate public transit usage, then you could relieve that. Otherwise, it would be a variance.
But okay, I guess the part that I'm having a little bit of a hard time with is there's already a stop just to the north and a stop just to the south.
Well, there aren't facilities there. It's just a general stopping point. So this would be a little bit different because it would require the construction of an actual facility and not just, a place where they will pick up at. So yes, there are already 2 spaces, and certainly the apartment complex, the multifamily development that is proposed across the street will have the same conversation, as Bloomington Transit, I believe, serves both directions here.
But we don't know at this point what that would be, right? So is it possible that they say, yeah, we just need another stop? Well, I guess my question is, there's a range of possibilities that would meet BT's specifications. Is that?
Yeah. I don't think we have any additional information from BT on the type of facility that they want here, but I would expect it to be something more than just a pickup point.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions?
I have the same concern about condition number 3 on this, and I'm wondering if there's any possibility of reading into this condition. I mean, it's a little general as it is. Coordinate to provide a transit stop that meets BT's specifications. So I feel like there's some opportunity here to see what's going to work best based on what BT is studying about transit use. I mean, I do consider them experts on transit use, and that they would be advocating for the needs of people who are living in that area, who need a reasonably placed transit stop. I mean, yes, the hotel might, given the development and the people who are coming there, this development would warrant transit considerations. But, to me, there are some unknowns here, and there's some flexibility, it sounds like, in condition 3 to retain it. I guess I don't want to lose the potential for increasing transit options, or to better a transit stop for residents and hotel guests or restaurant guests at the same time. So I'm not sure what the best answer is here.
Yeah, and I'll just say we left that very open. That condition is very general, as you noted, so it could manifest itself in a wide variety of ways.
Commissioner Burrell, go ahead.
Well, if I could speak about the bus stop, what I have problems with is there's already a bus stop south and one north, and now we're going to require them to maybe move to their track so they can pay for a covered one. That's where it gets complicated for the developer, because it's like, it's not their track. Their track doesn't require a bus stop. There's already one below and one above. And now we're going to add that cost or take the opportunity because they are coming and making them build that. Do you see what I'm saying? It almost looks like we're trying to make them do something that is unnecessary.
Yeah, I definitely hear that point. I guess I'll just add, for the sake of the conversation, there is some language in the UDO about public transit, general standards. I pulled it up on the screen. It says, transit facilities shall include benches, shelters, or similar transit stop amenities. So I think there is some flexibility. I'm definitely not an expert on the Bloomington transit requirements, so I would prefer that's coordinated, with a representative from BT at the table. But there is language in the UDO that guides us in terms of transit requirements.
Commissioner Stossberg.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable removing number 3 as a condition because our UDO does require developments, non-residential developments of at least 20,000 square feet to include a transit facility to be constructed on all routes for which one or more of the following criteria are met. And so it is part of our UDO that has this requirement. Now, it also does say that BT can waive that based on existing facilities. But I don't think that we are in a position to waive that because we are not part of BT and we are not professionals with regard to transit operations in that area. So I would not feel comfortable removing that. However, I would wonder at the potential of moving this to a second hearing in order to reduce this list of conditions, because probably, there's going to be some things that have to get worked out, obviously, and there would still probably be some conditions. But, without somebody from BT there, I think the petitioner made a good argument, and there are lots of good arguments, I think, for leaving the bus stops where they are and not requiring one on site. But I think that there also might be arguments for requiring one on site or somehow having some cooperation in there. And I would be interested in kind of revisiting this after BT is involved in this discussion. But I don't know from staff's perspective or anybody else what the logistics are of postponing this decision.
All right, any other questions or comments or
I'll make
motions?
a quick comment on this. I think we're complicating it. I think we strike number 3 because I agree with Commissioner Burrell. I think we're kind of strong-arming. We put the developers through a lot of hoops as it is. They're meeting all the criteria. We have stops north and south. I don't see why we want to, continue this kind of conversation when this project is a major project that's going to have major positive impacts. The tax dollars alone they're going to collect on this, they can build a bus stop. They could build I think it complicates by taking this any further than either striking it or,
Well, I'll just say, I tend to agree. My major concern is not so much with the cost as it is with just, again, uncertainty and unpredictability. We're asking a developer to agree to something that they don't know what the price tag is going to be, and we're asking them to essentially, exist at the whim of Bloomington Transit's, decision, which we don't know what that's going to be, and that doesn't sit well with me. So, I'm most concerned with moving this along, given that we have 13 minutes before we're going to adjourn. But I would welcome a motion either to strike recommendation 3, if that's what you wish, or to move this to approve as is. But whatever we decide to do, I would like to hear that motion as one motion so that we don't have to take 2 separate votes on this to keep moving.
I move we approve with all conditions intact.
Second.
All right, so the recommendation is that we adopt the proposed findings and approve the petition with all 11 conditions as stated in the packet. There is a second on that. Any final discussion before we Call the roll on that. I guess I should give the petitioner, you do have some time remaining. Anything you'd like to say quickly before we move on?
No, thank you for your time. Yeah, I think all these issues can be resolved at staff or subsequent. So,
thank you. All right, any final comments? All right, let's call the roll on the motion to adopt the proposed findings and approve the petition with the 11 conditions in the packet.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Whistler,
Yes.
Ballard.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. The petition is approved. We now have about 10 minutes before 9 p.m., so we can go ahead and introduce the next petition and hear that petition. We've all been sitting here for quite a while, though, and we're clearly not going to get, it seems unlikely we're going to get through this before 9:30. So rather than hit that deadline and have to reschedule another meeting, I'd like to go ahead now, entertain a motion to suspend our rules and stay until we finish this next petition after a 5-minute break.
Motion to suspend our rules and consider the next petition beyond the stated timeline. Yeah.
I'll second
Something
that.
like that.
All right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. It is 8:50. We will re-adjourn here at 8:55. Please take your seats. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We have suspended the rules, so we will hear this final petition tonight in its entirety until we take some action. This is ZO 2025-12-0018, and Eric Grulich is the case manager on this one. Take it away, Eric.
Thank you. This is a request from the Bloomington Redevelopment Commission for a series of properties that are along West First Street and Rogers Street. The petitioners are here to aggregate these properties to bring forward a planned unit development. So their request is to rezone approximately 6.3 acres to a planned unit development, which includes a request for approval of the district ordinance for that area and a preliminary plan. So this area was part of the redevelopment of the general properties that were formerly occupied by the Bloomington Hospital. As the departure of the hospital was something that was anticipated for quite some time and was expected, this has been studied in several different reiterations. One, certainly this was mentioned in the comprehensive plan and was included as a focus area. There was later a ULI study that was done that looked at kind of massing possibilities, suggesting some possible land uses within there to guide the redevelopment of this area. There was another study that was done in 2020, 2021-ish, that also looked at kind of massing studies and looked at some traffic analysis, gave a little bit more in-depth review of what might be possibilities here. Both of those studies kind of suggested that this would be best served by a master developer of sorts or a consolidated plan for the area as a whole. The city came forward with the Transform and Redevelopment Opportunity Overlay a few years ago to help implement some of the suggestions in those documents. Those suggestions included a more compact urban form, reduced setbacks, looking to achieve a diversity of land uses. So the TRO included a lot of those recommendations. The comprehensive plan, as I mentioned, this is a focus area and is also within the mixed urban residential area. The mixed urban residential talks about incorporating developments that surround existing built-out neighborhoods, which is certainly does to a certain degree. To the south, you have the McDowell Historic District. The comprehensive plan, as well as some of the other studies that I mentioned, look at maintaining sort of a general massing within here of 2 to 4 story buildings, allowing a wide range of residential uses, design styles that complement the adjacent historic district, and look at ways to best utilize this location, given its location in terms of proximity to transit, existing infrastructure, existing density to the south. You have the downtown that is just to the east of this a little bit, about a block and a half. And so this location presents a lot of opportunities for revisiting and kind of reimagining maybe how development within the downtown, or I'm sorry, within the city could be viewed and addressed. This is one of many components within the Hopewell area that is coming forward. Just to the north of this, there was a subdivision that was done not too long ago that platted streets within there that included Jackson Street and Fairview. Street stubs for both of those were placed just to the north of this development that you can see in this aerial photograph. As well as the city also recently did improvements to First Street. As well as some small sections of Rogers Street, putting in those intersections, repaving it, putting in sidewalks and tree plots. So the city has kind of already initiated several steps to spur redevelopment in this area, and the petitioner has engaged the services of an outside consulting firm to come up with a master plan of sorts for this area to help guide the redevelopment. And as I mentioned, look at ways to expand the allowances within the UDO, the development standards, some of the processes that are into that, to try to create a more predictable design, as well as try to maximize the buildability of this particular area. And so they are coming forward with that planned unit development, and I'll kind of step through a lot of the specifics of that. But overall, it encompasses 3 areas that are known as Block 8, 9, and 10. Within this area. It includes an existing building on the east side of the site that's on First and Rogers, was a former convalescent home. That particular building has been imagined as possibly serving as a possible future headquarters for the Bloomington Police Department. So there is some language that is built into the district ordinance that would allow for that and kind of govern that a little bit differently. Blocks 9 and 10 that are on the west side of the site here are envisioned to come forward with more of a residential design. So the petitioner has come forward in their preliminary plan showing what that might look like. So there are several unique components to this PUD, besides just the alterations that are being proposed in their district ordinance to allow for greater buildability within the PUD. One of those is certainly a reduction of setbacks. Side yard setbacks are proposed to be 0. Front setbacks are proposed to be 0. Rear setbacks are 0 but 5 feet if you're adjacent to the perimeter on the outside of the PUD. There's also not proposed to be impervious surface coverage maximums to promote maximum buildability. One of the other unique things that they are proposing within this are cross sections for street that aren't envisioned within the transportation plan. So that was one of the main challenges and one of the main reasons that this is coming forward as a PUD is to allow for roads within here that don't fit within what the transportation plan envisioned. So one of those things are the incorporation of what's known as lanes within this development, and I'll step through these cross sections a little bit later in the presentation. So these lanes are envisioned to be in 20 feet of right-of-way with 18 foot of drive paths. As I mentioned, Fairview Street and Jackson Street extend through this development. The transportation plan would require 60 feet of right-of-way for those roads. As I mentioned, one of the goals of this PUD is to maximize the buildability of this overall property. So the petitioner is proposing to reduce those right-of-way widths for Fairview and Jackson Street to 48 feet. We're still able to get the pedestrian and sidewalk facilities within there, but we're accomplishing that in a narrower right-of-way. One of the other unique characteristics of this PUD that they are requesting to utilize would be the allowance to have lots incorporated within here that don't front on the typical public street. For the most part, most of the lots within here do front on a public right-of-way and a street frontage in most regards, but they are requesting to allow for lots to be created on a public space, public green space, sidewalks if they are contained within access easements. So there are some lots on the southwest side of the proposed development that don't have true street frontage, but they do have frontage on this common open space. So with the PUD right now, what they're showing is this central open space that you can kind of see in the center here. That would be connected throughout the development with a series of sidewalks. Those sidewalks connect First Street to the north and Wiley Street to the south, as well as connect to the west end of the development, and then connect over to the east end on Jackson Street. So you can see on the east side of this preliminary plan, kind of a conceptual layout of what that property might look like with a new parking lot installed that would possibly serve this for the Bloomington Police Department. The police department is still going through certain feasibility studies, so they are not certainly a component of this, but the PUD is being set up with that eventuality that they might be, and so there are some allowances that are made for them if that should come to fruition. So the PUD is proposed to be phased in kind of a west to east direction. Parcel A on the west side would be the first phase of that. There are some existing lots there that the petitioner would be looking to do some lot line adjustments at kind of the early stages while they work through the platting. One of the other components with this is ADA accessibility. There are several units within here that will be fully ADA accessible, and then others that have different levels of accessibility. The petitioner will be able to speak to that to a little bit better regard, so that's certainly a key component to this. The pedestrian and street network is also something I mentioned is a heavy component to this. So with this development, and one of the things that certainly consumed a lot of our early discussions with this were the deviations from the transportation plan expectations for streets and roads moving through here, and how can we still accommodate pedestrian traffic through here, as well as create what is envisioned with the PUD in terms of creating central open space and a higher enhanced pedestrian network. So that's certainly been something that's been very important for us to incorporate, and the petitioner has done a great job incorporating those pedestrian network connections through here. So this exhibit kind of shows what that looks like. There are several things throughout the staff report that we've highlighted as items that need further refinement. So in regards to the pedestrian network, we need a little bit of clarity in terms of what these internal sidewalks will be for width purposes. As I mentioned, on the southwest side, there are several buildings that just front on a public sidewalk, so it might be necessary for them to have a little bit more than a 5-foot sidewalk to accommodate movement of trash and accessibility for other folks. So I'll try to step through some of those items that are in the staff report. I may not mention them all, but they are in there in various locations of things that need refinement as we move through the PUD process. So as I mentioned, the phasing, the petitioner is expecting to move from west to east to set up the platting for the west end of the development. The exact infrastructure components that will be installed with each phasing is very important. So one of the things that we need to work on as we move through the first hearing and second hearing is exactly which infrastructure will be installed with each phase. For instance, the construction of Fairview Street, that will be very important. That be incorporated within phase one. We're still working through comments from City of Bloomington Utilities in terms of water and sewer connections that will be needed throughout here with each phase, as well as stormwater detention. The interior green space is anticipated to serve a lot of that green infrastructure component and stormwater drainage. Also, the petitioner is showing a lot of green space around the parking lot on the east end of the building to provide possibilities for some of that to be above ground. There's also expected to be a heavy underground detention component within that parking area as well. So one of the other things that we're working through with this is also the maintenance of these green infrastructure areas. Utilities has indicated they would be willing to some degree to maintain a lot of this, but we need to kind of have some of those components dialed in as we move forward. Another component with this, as we looked at streets that were narrower than what the transportation plan envisions, what are the implications of these streets that are more narrow? Trash and sanitation pickup, as well as servicing these, is a heavy component. We obviously also need to make sure that fire department vehicles and emergency services vehicles can access all of these lots. So the petitioner has done a great job coordinating with fire department and fire code, as well as making sure that all the units are accessible by the fire department in terms of the maximum length that they can be from fire department vehicles. So the petitioner has worked with Public Works to make sure that this can be served. So Public Works has expressed the ability to be able to serve this not only from First Street and Wiley Street and Fairview and Jackson with some of the sanitation trucks that have the automated arm, but they do have smaller trucks that will be able to move through the lanes and serve some of those residents as well. So with the street cross sections, as I was just mentioning, with these being narrower than what was envisioned within the transportation plan, we stepped through each of those cross sections individually at great length through several meetings with engineering and planning and Public Works. So I'll just kind of step through some of those things right now. The first one would be First Street. As I mentioned, improvements were just done with First Street, so we have all the right-of-way that was dedicated or needed for that, so there's no additional right-of-way that is being needed for First Street. The petitioner has shown that basically with what the city installed, which was 6-foot sidewalks, 5-foot tree plots, 2 11-foot travel lanes, and so that reflects what the city did. There was not on-street parking that was installed along First Street. So that is not shown here on the proposed cross-section. So the petitioner is proposing no changes to First Street from what was just installed. Rogers Street, as we kind of move along, the transportation plan would require about 84 feet of right-of-way. That distance, though, creates some obvious challenges because the existing building would be within that right-of-way width. So again, we've kind of been working internally to come up with what are the facilities that we need to see within here that would not impact or place any of that building within the right-of-way. So there is a bike lane that was recently installed along Rogers Street by the city. So we've looked to accomplish that and extend that along this frontage, as well as install a 10-foot sidewalk. Through work with the petitioner and engineering, we've determined that only about 30.5 feet of right-of-way is required along Rogers Street. So that would allow all of these infrastructure improvements to be installed without placing any of the building within the right-of-way, and still allow for the parking area to be installed as shown on the preliminary plan. The 2 extensions within the development for Jackson Street and Fairview are both very similar in terms of right-of-way. So as I mentioned, those would be 48-foot right-of-way cross-sections that would have a 5-foot sidewalk on both sides and a 5-foot tree plot, 2 10-foot travel lanes, and a 7-foot parking stall. There's a slight modification to both this and Fairview to accommodate a 1-foot inset on the edges of the right-of-way for the sidewalk, but hopefully that's something that can be done fairly easy. So these would deviate from the 60-foot right-of-way that the transportation plan would require to allow for a 48-foot right-of-way. So both the cross sections for Jackson and Fairview are the same. One thing, and we'll kind of get back to this a little bit for the preliminary plan, there is conceptually some perpendicular spaces that are shown along Jackson Street to the east. So that is something that we're still kind of working through that particular design element. So you can see that on the right side of the screen here, adjacent to Block 10. That particular element is still something that we're looking to see what that looks like, but on-street spaces are expected along the east side of both Jackson and Fairview. With that, as I mentioned, also we have one new road called a lane. So these will serve the majority of the inside of the development. These are proposed to be in about 20 feet of right-of-way. Have 2 9-foot travel lanes with a 1-foot strip on each side of those travel lanes. The petition as it's shown right now has that labeled as a concrete ribbon, but we're trying to work to come up with a better idea of what that might actually look like. These lanes are intended to serve a wide range of parking off of that, both possibly within a building, but also spaces directly off of that lane. So we need those to have kind of a minimal obstruction to getting into those parking areas. Wiley Street, which borders the south side of this development. Again, the petitioner is looking to maximize the buildability of this PUD, so we're looking to work within the existing right-of-way that is there. So there is a approximately 5-foot monolithic sidewalk along the north side of Wiley Street, as well as 1 lane of on-street parking. Right now, initial analysis has indicated that that sidewalk is in very poor functional condition and will most likely need to be replaced anyway with the construction. So we would look to get in at least a 5-foot sidewalk along the north side of Wiley. In addition, survey work hasn't been done at this point yet to know definitively where that property line is. So there might be the possibility for street trees along the north side of the sidewalk, but that is at least not conceptually shown right now. It's not something that we're able to work into that cross-section, but we'd leave that to final review with the final plan as that moves forward and once the survey work has come in. So this is just a kind of a close-up of that cross-section of the lane, as I mentioned, two 9-foot travel lanes. So this would serve a majority of the interior of the development. And so one of the other unique characteristics with this PUD is the development of what's known as a housing catalog or a building catalog that prospective homeowners would choose from as they look through and they purchase each lot. So there will be a specific building catalog that will be prepared, and so these houses will be vetted with planning to make sure they meet all of our requirements and the district ordinance requirements to try to help expedite and speed up the building department review. We also anticipate that these will be coordinated with the building department to make sure they meet all of their requirements to help ensure that permits can be released a lot faster. So they have a mix of housing types within here. Within the PUD, they are proposing a mix of single-family units, some duplexes, some triplexes, some multifamily buildings. So all of those have respective building elevations that are shown within that housing catalog. So that's something that will be reviewed when they go to purchase a home. So here is kind of a unit mix and type. So it's important to note that, these are just kind of conceptual unit mixes. The petitioner will be creating lots and those will be sold. And the exact house that will be on each lot is somewhat flexible. They have tentatively shown lots that are slated for detached single-family houses, but the remainder of the interior lots are all shown to be a mix of duplexes and triplexes and fourplexes possibilities. So there's a lot of possibilities with this. The petitioner is also requesting to utilize reduce some of the standards for accessory dwelling units to not require those to be owner-occupied, to allow for a situation where maybe those get created on a lot and then those get sold off, if they front on a sidewalk or a lane or something like that. So it's really trying to build in a great deal of diversity of allowances for building types. So you can see here the multifamily building. This would be called the Faulkner on the top left of your screen. And then you see some of the houses that could be duplexes. As you move through here, some of the triplexes. Again, some wide range of duplexes. So these have been designed to meet and be compatible, as I mentioned, the historic neighborhood to the south, the McDowell Historic District. So you see a lot of tall roof lines, very defined porches, diversity of building types, all trying to be reflective of the surrounding housing types that you'll see here. So these are all in your packet. Yep. So with this, some of the meat of this, the nuts and bolts, is the district ordinance. So these are the standards that will govern each of the parcels. So parcel A, which are The two western blocks that I mentioned will be developed with the residential housing types, proposing to be utilized the R4, the residential urban lot development standards with the modifications that they've listed. So I briefly talked about that at the initial beginning of the conversation. So they're proposing setbacks of 0 feet for front, side, and rear, except along the edges of the PUD that would have a 5 foot. Or 3 foot if it's abutting an alley. One of the comments that we've got in the report is the district ordinance references alleys. That was a previous term that was used in the district ordinance and the preliminary plan. So we just need to change those references to lane. With the 0 foot setbacks, we obviously want to make sure that buildings are not encroaching in the right of way. So there's just a basic provision that needs to be included for that. Again, as I mentioned, they are proposing no minimum lot width and minimum lot area requirements. Again, that is to allow for a wide diversity of housing types and to allow for, as I mentioned, situations where maybe there's an ADU that wants to be separated and sold off, as well as lot lines that go down center of buildings for the duplexes or triplexes. As I also mentioned, they're proposing no maximum impervious surface coverage requirement. Architectural design standards for this parcel, as I mentioned, would be governed strictly by the design catalog that I referenced and kind of stepped through some of the elevations. Parcel B, which is block 10, which is the former convalescent building, is proposed to be utilizing the mixed-use medium scale district. That particular portion of the site is also within the transform and redevelopment overlay, so that needs to be referenced in their district ordinance specifically. One of the provisions that is in the district ordinance also references kind of a separation of standards. If the building is used as the police, fire, or rescue station, then a lot of the existing non-conforming aspects of the site are allowed to remain. They've also included language in relation to landscaping to not require any landscaping if it is used for that use. If it is not that use, then it would defer to the standards of the mixed-use medium scale with the redevelopment overlay. So that is an important distinction to make here, is trying to build in a lot of flexibility for the use of that convalescent building. There's some additional modifications within the district ordinance that need to be made regarding setbacks for buildings or parking area. There's a large green space on the south side of the building that does present an opportunity for landscaping. We certainly understand that the police department has challenges and concerns with having landscaping within the property itself. So we want to make sure to respect that, but also see if there are possibilities for landscaping within the site if possible. So parking is an issue that needs to be addressed in the district ordinance to give a greater allowance. The transform and redevelopment opportunity overlay restricts parking to 50% of the maximum, so that needs to be addressed in the district ordinance to just give them a greater allowance for the police department building. So there are many qualifying standards within the UDO. As I mentioned, one of the reasons that this is coming forward predominant as a PUD is because of the cross sections. But there are several qualifying standards within the UDO that talk about minimum requirements. So one of those is the minimum 5 acres, which this meets. It's not within the mixed use downtown. So one of the other aspects of this is an affordability component. So the qualifying standards talk about a minimum of 15% of the dwelling units that have to be permanently income limited. I want to make sure to point out there was an early version of the staff report that had a reference to rent control. That is not something that is part of this whatsoever. The petitioner has certain other requirements or standards that they will be utilizing to just meet the affordability standards, and they'll be able to talk about that a little bit more, but I want to make it clear that that was certainly not a component to this. So there are many qualifying standards here that we address in this. We felt like it was important to address those of why this is even being considered as a PUD. There are certainly lots of other criteria that have to be evaluated, and we'll make findings for those at the second hearing. But we did feel it was important to step through these qualifying standards to assess how this is meeting those and is eligible to come forward as a planned unit development. So I know the petitioner has a lot that they would like to supplement and add to this. As I mentioned early on, We outlined in staff report through here several areas as you go through the report of areas that need guidance and refinement. So we have pointed those out, and we are recommending that the Plan Commission forward this to the required second hearing, and happy to answer any questions once the petitioner has had an opportunity to present.
Thank you. Is there a representative from the petitioner who would like to add to the presentation?
Hello, Commission. Thank you all for letting me join remotely. I'm going to share my screen and wait until it looks like it is actually coming through. There we go. And then we'll jump into this. I think Eric gave us a great intro into what we are proposing generally. I'll give you a little bit of an intro to our project team and approach if you have not been able to be a part of some of our other kind of introductory portions of the project. So we are a multidisciplinary studio that is based in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And we're partnered with a nonprofit national educator and trainer for small developers. A big component of this project is both master planning the project, providing all the architectural work and entitlements, and then training local developers to build the houses that are part of this project. And so this is a capacity building and really kind of training and stress testing project, as well as a project that's going to yield some housing. We're partnered also with Kronberg Urbanists and Architects. If you have not heard of them, they do really cool work. They're based in Atlanta and do lots of national work and have done quite a bit of this scale as we have. One of the things that we really enjoy about working with them is we are both also small developers. So we develop as R&D and we make recommendations to things having built it ourselves, seen how it works on the ground. I'm a former planning commissioner myself. So can appreciate the late nights. I appreciate your patience in letting us be heard this evening. And we know how hard it is, I think is the biggest part of that, right? That there's a lot of components that go into getting housing that we're really excited about. One of the things that we talk about a lot, which may be familiar to you, is one of the biggest elements that we see as a struggle for housing generally in the United States. And we work really nationally. Is that we have often, and our zoning has often, even our new ones, have this kind of perception that likely a household is, this 2.5 kids and a dog. And what we see instead is that the vast majority of households don't have children in them. We see a vast majority of our households, about almost half of households, have 2 people, no kids. Often that's a couple, sometimes it's roommates, 2 adults, no kids. A third of households, the next most common household type, is 1 person living alone. And so we've got 3/4 of our households who are typically sleeping in 1 bed at night. Meanwhile, we've got an inverse of that our houses skew really large and typically are, both in actual size and square footage and in lot area and in single family arrangement. And so often we're seeing houses that are much larger than our current households require. And this household number, started at about 4 people in the 50s and has been tanking ever since then. That is going to continue as we start to see, boomers continue to want to age in place, as we see young households, partnering less young and having kids less and having fewer children. These are demographic changes that we are expecting to see generally. As was mentioned earlier in the evening, this creates some real housing and infrastructure dollar sign problems, right? We both have a large number of community members who end up without housing that is the size that they need at a price point they can afford in the location that they want. But we also end up with an enormous amount of infrastructure, right? So this is sort of our, two single family houses on 2 lots set up, right? We end up with all of this infrastructure that we know that the city is needing to pay for. And we typically only have a few homes that are then paying taxes towards that. And we have not only that physical infrastructure, we also have all of our other city services that our tax dollars are needing to support. And so as we found, and as you all, have recently accomplished a really major UDO update to accomplish, that dollar sign of tax revenue relative to that infrastructure burden is not a great fit. And so typically what we're trying to move towards is what we call a housing choice approach. That we do still need some large family houses mixed into neighborhoods. We need a real variety of price points and sizes and arrangements and household types so that we can get to housing that works for the full range of budgets, the full range of family arrangements, and age, right? So some of this too is even if you have kids, they're only in your house usually unless they're coming back. for, 20 to 22 years, maybe if you've got a couple of kids. And so a lot of your lifetime, you will not have a big family in a big house. And so having a couple of them is really important, but having a lot of diversity is also really important for functional neighborhoods. So what we're trying to get to is a practical arrangement of density that also works for the way that federal finance works around mortgages and purchasing homes for home buyers. The way that our infrastructure needs work for getting good access, fire, access that's code compliant, trash access. There's all these different layers that we need to get to make this kind of a housing choice neighborhood work. And then ideally, we're also housing a much wider diversity of household types and residents within the city. One of the ways that we like to talk about this, and we steal this from Chuck Marone from Strong Towns, I think this is in his housing book, is that we've got to think about housing and housing production especially as this door with lots of deadbolts. And so even once we've got our zoning solved, we often end up still with lots of deadbolts remaining that still need to be unlocked. And it can be challenging to figure out which ones those are without actually stress testing projects. And so one of the things that we want to bring up about this project too is we saw this, and I think the city was really wise to see this as an opportunity to test how the new UDO really resulted and what additional changes might be needed. We see code changes as an ongoing iterative process that we get as close as we think we can, and then often we're going to continue finding things. We sometimes joke that in our communities we've worked with for multiple years where we've gotten all the way down and we've gotten great alignment and we get the door open. Congratulations, there's often another door with different deadbolts behind it. This is not a perfection goal. This is a kind of continual improvement incrementally goal is the way that we like to think about it. And so that top deadbolt feels like it's really open. And we found some, as we really stress test, how do we try to get to a housing density that is desirable, that promotes home ownership, that has a really good accessibility percentage, that has really good affordability with current, average incomes in town. We had some additional changes that we were able to identify that we think are really easily tested here at Hopewell to then be assessed whether or not those make sense for a wider adoption. One of the things that you heard me mention really wanting to promote here too is home ownership. I live in a fellow college town, we also struggle with this. Home ownership rates are really low, and some of that has to do with our housing mix, right? Bloomington actually has a pretty good housing mix relative to most cities that we work in. There are fewer percentage single-family homes than we see in lots of places. And we also see a big opportunity for growth of housing and home ownership opportunities at lower price points and for more starter home kind of price points. So as was discussed earlier, there's been lots of master planning on this. So we're down in this lower left corner, blocks 8, 9, and 10. And let's run through what we're trying to achieve big picture with a lot of our requests in the PUD. As I've mentioned, we really want to get to a blend of those housing types and price points. We've also envisioned this housing catalog as something that could be rolled into pre-approved home design citywide. So the housing selections have been made relative to the kind of Tetris block proportions of typical platted lots within Bloomington, so that those could have a wider applicability if Hopewell South is successful. The architectural plans are intended to be provided as fully pre-permitted, which is something we vetted with the county that is possible. So each lot would be platted and available with a permit site plan specific to that lot with a full set of construction documents. As Eric mentioned, there's a little flexibility for some of the homes to swap, right? There's some houses that have more or less the same footprint, and so you could switch some houses. We're envisioning that as being a swap that could be made by the RDC as owner, but that once the lot is purchased with a specific home, with a specific set of home plans that is then required to be built within a certain amount of time. This is really about building opportunity and capacity for local builders as well. So as we mentioned, Incremental Development Alliance will be providing full support and training for small developers who are building out the neighborhood. And we're then working with the city attorneys and with the RDC to build legal frameworks that can support permanent affordability and market rate homes. And again, that we're looking at that as a blend. that not every house in the neighborhood is going to be affordable at 100% AMI or below, but we are looking at about 70% of those houses meeting that affordability naturally, which is really being accomplished based on smaller homes on smaller lots. We've got more people sharing that land cost, the infrastructure costs, and we're able to better match household size to home size and to home price. And so that is primarily viewed to be able to be done at a pretty market rate. All of our assumptions are based on market rate comps of what we're seeing things sell price per square foot. When you see that kind of recommended target sale price at the bottom of the house, we're just targeting that as if this sold on the open market right now, based on what other things in town are selling for, this is about where it would be. We'll also be doing ongoing community outreach and developer training so that we're ensuring that we're getting really good lessons out of this project that can be wrapped into larger citywide changes. So how are we achieving all of that? One of the big things that we're proposing is smaller streets for the neighborhood. One of the things that came up early on in our discovery process is that in the transportation plan, the neighborhood residential street sections are defined as being a 60-foot right-of-way. And then within the text right above that, we see that many, and I'll quote here, many existing neighborhood residential streets are quite narrow in width. In order to preserve neighborhood fabric, existing streets shall not be required to conform to these cross-section standards. Priority for neighborhood residential streets is on maintaining calm streets that create a safe and comfortable environment for walking, even if there are no sidewalks. And so while the transportation plan lays out this framework that existing narrow historic streets are desirable and should be allowed to remain, not just should, but shall not be required to comply, there's not a set of alternative standards or sections that can apply to those streets. So streets like Wiley, which have a historic pattern that has worked for many decades, doesn't really have an alternative street section currently without a PUD that could be applied. So that's one of the discussion points we think we'll likely raise with some later recommendations. And one of the things that we always really promote about that is that smaller streets tend to be safer streets. They tend to be more multimodal streets. We see less cut-through traffic. We see lower road speeds. If there is a collision at lower road speeds, pedestrians and bikers tend to fare much better. You have much better health outcomes at much lower speeds, which makes a lot of sense. One of the other things we also really try to reinforce is that streets are liabilities and built, housing is asset. So a lot of times that's the opposite of the way that cities view this, right? That often on your balance sheet, your streets and your rights of way are listed as assets, but they are an element that doesn't produce any revenue, taxation or otherwise. And they also are an element that requires constant upkeep, maintenance. And the more land area that we have put into streets and parking lots, the lower the land area yield we get on taxable revenue is within the city, both from property tax and from individual households paying into kind of all of the income-based tax types. And so we really want to encourage as little land area as we can devote to those uses while still maintaining all of our typical fire code access, all of our compliant accesses for safety. The products seen here are all housing neighborhoods that both Eric Kronberg from Kronberg Urbanists and Architects and I have developed ourselves. This is our kind of R&D, and so one of the things that we've been able to be really successful with is alternative type street frontage. It both can lower the amount of street that the city is maintaining, reduce the amount of infrastructure per house, and reduce the cost of that. It also produces really desirable neighborhoods because you have front doors that open out into common green spaces, which can be really social and really safe for kids and pets. But it also, has lots of these other benefits as well. And so one of the things that we're testing within this neighborhood is a green street through the middle. And so that'll be a pedestrian-focused street with green infrastructure on either side of it that serves as the home frontage. We're also looking at reintroducing some housing types and density. One of the things that we often see as a challenge with trying to reintroduce missing middle housing is the building code is different for those housing types. The finance is a little bit different. Permitting them is often a little bit trickier. And so if you don't have a set of small developers who are really successfully doing that in town already, these kinds of programs can be a really good test case for flagging types, flagging how those specific details work. Are there details in the building code that we don't have subcontractors that can install? So these kinds of programs, often we're trying to reintroduce some of the housing types that the market has a little bit forgotten how to produce because of, our only recent zoning changes. So as we look through our plan, and you guys have seen this and it's in your packet, so I'll run through quickly. We've got parcel A standards, which are our residential standards, which is block 9 and block 10. We're then reserving block 8, and I want to flag too, just, for extra clarity. Block 8's design team joined, after we did, and so they're still really catching up to this set of standards. So our block 8 standards are written to be more flexible so that as they work their way through feasibility, they will be able to kind of catch up in time. So while we envision that parcel A, block 9 and 10 are going to be very close to what you were seeing, including, exactly the houses you're seeing elevations for in exactly the locations you're seeing them. Parcel B is more conceptual, and the standards there are leaning more heavily on the existing zoning to ensure that those standards, are a little bit less customized, especially if that tenant that goes in is not a safety or security, city department. So we started out by laying out these 2 blocks with what would be allowable under R4 by right currently, with the 60-foot right-of-way that typically has been interpreted as being required no matter where you are in town. So because we've got a really deep block length over in our block 10, we ended up with some waste because we're not necessarily limited by the lot area, but we are limited by that lot width. Meanwhile, we ended up with a little bit of a goofy leftover space in the middle of our block 9, again, based on the lot area and lot widths often work out in a little bit of a strange way from a geometry standpoint. And so we saw about 28 homes by right being able to be produced within this. Some of these could be duplexes, but because of the relatively large rear setback and front setbacks, we would not anticipate that there's a significant number of these that would be able to be provided as duplexes with much density. By incorporating the set of code changes that we recommended, kind of a middle, iteration of this plan, we got up to about 84 homes. And one of the things to notice here too, and this is also listed in your packet, is this average home price, right? That as we're able to increase our density and as we're able to get smaller homes on smaller lots, we're able to lower that average home price quite a bit. And we'll see too, right, our average is right there in the middle, but that we do have quite a range of price overall. So in our final iteration, we were charged with adding back some additional units. There was another iteration that was over 100, and so we were trying to get closer back to that while maintaining some of the changes that had come through, through working through with departments. And so in this final iteration, we've swapped in several multifamily buildings. So we have the 2 Faulkners that you've seen previously. We have several kind of triplex blocks. We have 2 little 4plexes, and so there's not an enormous amount of multifamily, and it is very much house scaled, but we were able to get the unit count back up and get our average price down below $300,000. There's also an accessible housing commitment in here that we've got a 20% minimum threshold required by code, and we're at about 30%. One thing that is flagged in a letter in your packet is the standards by which that are measured are not terrifically strong within the code currently. And so we both have a series of homes, which are shown in the dark blue, that meet the accessible kind of universal design standards that are included in the UDO. We also have a series of units that we have developed with, kind of within the firm that are fully ADA accessible. As mentioned, there are a lot of different standards for accessibility. There's an ANSI standard for accessibility. There's a fair housing standard for accessibility. There's also full commercial ADA. ADA is the most stringent, and so we do have a good number of units that meet that standard. We also then have a blend of kind of the both code compliance standards and fair housing standards. And so about 30% of our units then are hitting that metric above our required 20%. As mentioned too, we really wanted to focus on the primary grid here and that type block structure being pedestrian. So what you're seeing here in the dark green, we're utilizing an old alley frontage in our block south end of block 10 as street frontage for a new trail. And then that trail connects through the site, through our Green Street, and all the way over to Jackson. So we're maintaining sort of a tight block structure for cross connectivity, so you can walk through this neighborhood without being adjacent to cars. As discussed too, we've got 5 lots currently that can be lot line adjusted to give us a first phase to get started on construction during the plat process, because these have access and frontage on First. They already have existing infrastructure. The lot line adjustment will let us get a first phase rolling while the plat process and horizontal development happens for the rest of the site. The rest of these lots will then be platted through typical processes. Green infrastructure, we're still working through with CBU, but I think we're to the point with them that I think we both feel comfortable that we've left enough space for it. And final design will really depend on final design of the tenant of Block 9, or I apologize, Block 8. Fire and trash collection, as Eric discussed, has been worked through pretty well. And then street standards, referencing again, First Street, we are proposing keeping the same. Roger Street is constrained. This existing building limits, so the current proposed street width is the maximum street width that can be provided without requiring a portion of the building here to be removed. So it is slightly narrower in this block than it is likely to be in the block to the north here. Fairview Street is currently a 16-foot right-of-way, so that's being widened pretty significantly to 48 feet. And then Jackson Street, which was vacated at some point, is aligning to Jackson Street, which has been constructed to the north, but is really envisioned and intended, because it doesn't cut through to the south through Wiley. It is a dead-end street there, that it is intended to be very low speed, low traffic, low volume.
There's 2 minutes left.
Great, I think I'm almost done. The lane was previously, in some iterations, discussed as an alley, and so we'll pick up good flags that we missed that change there. There was some discussion preferentially within city departments for administration reasons, because alleys exist in other places in the city, that we explore this as an alternative legal type, although it is functionally intended to be an alley. So again, the intention here is that there will be a catalog of plans that comes with this, full construction documents, and then relatively cited. And this is the rough range of plans and architectural styles and scales that you are likely to see within the catalog itself. That brings us to the end of our information, but I'm here to answer any questions that you guys might have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there questions from commissioners, either for staff or for the petitioner? Go ahead, we'll start down here.
So, yeah, I had a question. Let me get to it. Just under qualifying standards, page 153, 154, point 3, it has 120% of the area medium income, even though like throughout all the other attachments, it talks about 100%. And I'm kind of curious, is that just something that's being referred to what we have in our UDO? But my question is this where we need to address kind of that area medium income?
I'm sorry, I don't see a reference to 123%?
120%.
Oh, right.
But then,
yeah, so that's, so that is what is in the qualifying standards in the UDO right now for a PUD.
but if we wanted to kind of bake it into the cake or into this petition, is that where we want to address that commitment, or?
Well, so that's where the petitioner is kind of proposing something a little bit unique here and different. And so they're still kind of working through some of those specifics. So I would leave it up to them to try to address that specifically.
So I guess, do we have anything we can review that is the language that they're committing to? Because within the unit mixed in types, it says affordability at 100% AMI, and then it refers 100% several different times. I guess, where is our role of making sure that this is part of their commitment, and just the two conflicting numbers are confusing for me?
Yeah, again, I would lean on the petitioners to try to address that.
If anyone would like to, that'd be fine. I'm just trying to understand what they're trying to commit and what they're trying to build out, or is this kind of in flux and they haven't really zeroed in?
The price points of homes are relatively well defined, and you'll have a spreadsheet of target price points and where those sit on affordability metrics. And so we have typically worked within more of a look at 100% AMI. We don't have many homes that are falling in that 100 to 120% AMI. So that also isn't going to change the metrics dramatically for us to look between those. But there is it's labeled as page 165 within your packet. There is an affordability commitment within the PUD currently, which has been reviewed by RDC and the city attorney, which is that at least 50% of total dwelling units within the PUD will be affordable to home buyers under 100% AMI, with at least 15% of total dwelling units within the PUD permanently income limited to households earning less than 120% of AMI. So there is both an overall, and I'll say too, I think we're really I think we are going to really exceed that metric, but the guarantee within the PUD that is currently provided is that half of the houses will be at or below 100% AMI, and that at least 15% of them will be permanently income limited. And so there's a few different metrics. The thing that is in flux is the legal metric by which that permanent affordability is provided, but the standards for that affordability are not in flux and are currently listed in the PUD.
I think you addressed my question, but I guess what I'm really just trying to get is what's going to be asked in the PUD that we're going to be looking at. Is it going to be the 120 area medium income, or is it going to be the 100%? And I also just, I guess, want to make one point of a presentation that was passed around from our assistant director with a hand report about workforce housing and how they talk about 80% to 120 doesn't really work, but that 100% area medium income, I think, might be a good balance. And I would, if this is outdated, that's fine, but it talks about 120 or 100% for one person's around 63,000, for two people 72,000. I think those are good targets, and I just really want to understand what is going to be asked of the Plan Commission within this PUD. Is it 100% AMI or is it 120? And we just have conflicting numbers in the packet. So when it comes back, I just really want to know that. So thank you.
It's a good detail to flag too, that the way area, if y'all have never gotten really nerdy about housing affordability and what it means, if you have, please, excuse me if this is a repeat. One of the things that we also bake into these cost assumptions is that an area median income for a one-person household is different than for a two-person household. And so those standards are baked into the spreadsheet that you have, where the area median income for a one-bedroom is assumed to be for a one-person household. The area median income for a two-bedroom is assumed to be for a two-person household, same for a three-person or three-bedroom house. And so the numbers are specifically tied based on the size of the house to income as well. And so that is relatively, I think, well incorporated into this. And we have been able to get to, a market rate buildable, financeable product well below 100% AMI, as long as it's a small home on a really small lot. And so a lot of these standards changes that we're asking for in the PUD are what's helping us accomplish that. But from a Plan Commission, in the PUD, guaranteed requirements, it's that at least half of the plans, half of the homes will be provided at under 100% AMI. So, to someone making the area median income or below based on household size. And we are anticipating that will likely be executed via a qualified home buyer approach, right? So it's an income qualified home buyer is anticipated to be part of the framework. But then an additional 15% of the homes, which ties to requirements within the UDO, will be permanently income limited to households making less than 120%. And so there's a permanent cap that is for a household that is slightly higher than the initial buyers. So there's a little flexibility long-term with resales anticipated.
Can I just follow up on that quickly? I know you said that the legal mechanism is still a little bit in flux, but when I hear permanently income limited, I assume that means there has to be some sort of deed restriction on the property itself. So I guess my question would be, if you're going to just pick 15% of these to have a deed restriction saying, well, I can never sell this house in the future to anyone who doesn't meet those income requirements. How do you determine which ones have that permanent restriction? And wouldn't that somehow play into the value of the house? Whether, you know, some of them are going to are not have that permanent restriction, some of them will. That sounds like a can of worms. Can you speak to that at all?
It's really complicated. As you are suggesting, it is very complicated. It is also something that many communities have tried lots of different things over the last, especially 15 to 20 years. So there are a number of legal mechanisms that people have tried. None of them are perfect, right? Like everything that we do. Nothing is perfect, but there are some kind of leaders in the pack of things that lots of communities are seeing as not just practical and implementable upfront, but maintainable long-term. So one of the most popular ones that has been discussed, which I'm not saying will be the final one, but one of the various options, to give an example, is that the deed restriction is actually a first right of refusal to purchase the house at a pre-agreed upon appreciation rate, so that the house is appreciating, the home buyer is building equity. And then at the time of sale, they know what they can sell it for, and they're selling it back on a predefined timeline back to an entity. Sometimes that's a community land trust. Sometimes that's an entity like the RDC. Sometimes that is an entity like the city. Lots of different places have tried this one in lots of different ways. And it is one of the ones that is working best in communities long-term through many resales. So a strict deed restriction that the home buyer has to be income qualified is also common. But as you're saying, puts a little bit more onus on the seller to be able to execute that. A version in which an entity has kind of first right of refusal back, you've pre-negotiated what the terms are before you buy the house. You know what the terms are for you to resell it. You know what you'll be able to make from it when you sell it. And then a new qualified home buyer, income qualified. And there are some communities that limit. There's a community in Colorado that's been one of the case studies that they require that for this deed restricted set of units, it has to be somebody who is working at least 30 hours a week within the community. They're specifically struggling with workforce housing. I think we're also seeing senior housing being a big component of this. And so those kinds of details are getting worked out and balanced. But the first right of refusal version is a version that has worked for a lot of communities as a way to be able to have some flexibility too in what the main problem 15 years from now is. Who are the home buyers that we're struggling the most to be able to provide housing to? And so as long as we've got the income qualification, that appropriate home buyers can be selected and that resales can happen in an orderly, timely, predictable way. In terms of which plans are selected for those caps, typically we're going to recommend that they're scattered throughout the neighborhood. We don't want like one corner of the neighborhood to be, defined as the permanently affordable. We're also typically going to recommend that a variety of plan types are selected. I think with the focus on, aging in place and seniors, I think there is also likely to be some percentage of those that really want to be some of the accessible units. And so typically we're going to want to recommend a blend of units size-wise, format-wise, and then location-wise. And then they're built to the same standards as everything else. They just have a little bit of a different metric worked within them.
Thank you. Other questions?
Can I follow up on the AMI
Yeah, Commissioner
thing?
Stossberg, go ahead.
Thank you. So the current PUD requirement with regard to AMI is the 15% below 120% AMI, but there's a proposal that came from the Plan Commission that the council is hearing this Wednesday, actually, to change that to 90%, or sorry, 15% below 90% AMI. Is that a commitment that y'all can make in terms of that permanent affordability to do the 15% below 90% of AMI, which is what the UDO is going to probably say in the future?
I'm going to need to defer to RDC on final decision for that, but from our look at numbers, I don't know that moving from 120% to 90% would, especially for 15% of the units, would dramatically change anything on our end. We have enough units that are already at market rate tagged to be below 90% AMI, that seems achievable if that's something that is important, but I'll defer to RDC on final decision for that.
Does anyone from RDC in the room want to take that?
RDC is obviously, sorry, Anna Killian Hansen, hand department. RDC is obviously a commission and board which doesn't have a consensus here tonight, so I cannot speak on behalf of them. I can only weigh in with my personal opinion that in particular, when you're talking about ownership models, the lower that AMI, the harder it is to achieve. We're high construction costs. I mean, we're really trying to get affordable units on site. I don't know what those numbers are. I think it's achievable, but this is the first that I've heard about this and slightly concerned long term.
Thanks. If you could maybe look into that for the next hearing, that would be great. Thanks.
Other questions from commissioners?
Question about the ownership models, deed restrictions, so forth. Though deed restrictions particularly are difficult for individuals to finance and get mortgages on those properties. Given that just kind of broad view from the financing community, what is the most likely direction that you're going to go with the home ownership restriction as far as the affordability piece? Is it going to be the right of first refusal, or is there still some world where a deed restriction looks like it's a realistic approach, even though it's not an applicable path forward for most homeowners?
I'm not being able to see if Anna's still at the podium. I'm going to defer to her first on that question. I think a lot of the affordability framework is tricky because there are obviously state law requirements that we are having to work within as that framework's developed.
Yeah, Steve, can you please repeat that?
Broadly generalizing, can we not do deed restrictions because it makes it very difficult for the people you want to be in those affordable houses to afford those houses through a financing mechanism of traditional mortgages?
You're asking me if traditional mortgages are hard to get with a deed restriction.
I'm asking if we will find another route other than deed restriction.
Well, look, the UDO or the UDO requires in PUDs that 15% are permanently deed restricted. I mean, it's in there. We're just conforming with what's there. I will draw attention to habitat homes, which have deed restrictions that are forgiven over a period of time, right? There's an affordability period which they have to conform with. So they still get mortgages.
They are financed differently, though. They are financed privately and then sold to a bank after a year of seasoning, which is a specific way that you have to operate when it comes to Freddie and Fannie and anything backed by the federal government.
Sure. I think that there's mechanisms, though, that we can provide to help make them qualify.
So would the city propose a similar structure to Habitat, which is where they bankroll those mortgages and then eventually sell them after a 12-month season period?
I don't know yet. We haven't gotten there.
Okay.
It's a really valid concern to probably raise at the meeting on Wednesday when the discussion is, a more stringent deed restriction. If there's a different wording that, you think might want to be added to align. That last deadbolt on that door that we showed earlier was financing. If there's a different verbiage that could achieve the same long-term structure with better alignment with financing, that would be worth probably presenting Wednesday.
Are there other questions? Commissioner Kinsey.
Yeah, I had a question about the fronting on things other than streets. And I really like this idea, and I wonder if there are any concerns that, I'm trying to think about the rationale for why things have to front on streets, and then what we gain from this option to not front on streets. I mean, I get the gains in terms of space and making things more buildable, but is there anything that we lose from not fronting on a street?
Yep. So the reasons for that are manyfold. One certainly is emergency services access, and accessibility and visibility. If you can't see a house from a street or it's behind another house, you have a much harder time finding it. Fire trucks can't go down alleys, and so they have to pull their hoses from a street. Having houses front on the street also gives them a place to bring their trash cans, amongst many things. There's not one particular reason, there are many reasons. Having them addressed from a street, the visibility and the accessibility is a huge one. If a ambulance needs to get to the house and they can't find it and they can't see it, that delays their response time. Likewise with the fire department, sanitation services. Obviously having houses front on streets creates eyes on a street. It gives you a presence as you're moving down the street. Certainly a house behind another house, that doesn't change that perspective. It's mostly just being able to access that house and serve that house. If it's not on the street, there are a lot more difficulties that come from that. The alleys are not maintained by the city, and so, an owner has trouble getting down there or even getting their trash cans. Let's say there were a house on an alley and it wasn't on a street, it's a lot harder for them to get their trash to where it would be serviced. The sanitation department has spent a lot of money on automating their sanitation trucks so that they can all be served by the arm. So if you don't have that ability, that challenges that department as well. It's not that it can't be overcome, but it is a real thing. So, this particular development has worked through that by, the houses or the units within here that don't directly front on a street, like, for instance, those 5 that I mentioned at the west. The houses have been arranged around there to have that view of them. You do have a direct access through that sidewalk system that connects to that lane. So that's why I mentioned in the staff report that, that particular sidewalk system might need to be wider than 5 feet, to accommodate greater accessibility for a wide range of things. So because this is coming forward as a planned unit development, and we can predict and plan for where those houses that don't have direct street frontage are and accommodate that, that's where it can work in this particular situation.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking about all of the pickup and delivery and ride share and all of those things that could be more difficult in that arrangement. But, okay, thank you for thinking through all of these issues. Okay, the other thing I just want to clarify is Fairview is, if I heard this right, or I'm reading in the packet following this, Fairview is narrow now at, well, it's 60 feet right of way. Is that right? Do I have that right? I just want to make sure.
Fairview's currently a 16-foot wide right of way, and it's being proposed at a 48-foot wide right of way. And so it is widening pretty significantly, but in a way that respects the existing property line for the existing home that is directly along its western border.
Yep, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Just quickly, and I apologize for going back to the affordability. So fine, 15% of them have deed restrictions, but you also said 50% would be at 100% AMI or less. Is that just because they're going to be at market rate? They're going to go for that much? There's no restrictions on that 50% that were referred to, right? Those are just market rate.
That is a commitment in the sale. It is a commitment in the PUD that at first sale, half of them will be sold at or below 100% AMI.
Okay, so
we are working through various ways that's going to be achieved. But that is a commitment at first sale.
Okay, but it's only first sale, then they can be sold at market rate after that. Just a question, do
We
you
are
guys,
exploring a long-term affordability metric for that, but for those as well, that if there is a non-deed restriction program set up, likely more units will be in it. But because that framework is not complete, we're starting with a more conservative, codified limitation. But RDC's goal is promoting long-term housing affordability and ownership within Bloomington.
okay, that's good, thank you.
Any other questions? I've got one. Eric, could you just talk about when we adopted the transform redevelopment overlay, about half of this was in that overlay, maybe? Is there any reason why this whole area wasn't in that overlay? That's part one of my question. And part two is, does this PUD supersede the overlay, or does that still have an impact on the portion of this that is within the overlay?
Yep, great question. So I'll try to address both of those separately. So the TRO was not included on the west half, and you can see the zoning map here. So the hatched portion on the east side is the TRO. The west half was not, so that was zoned with the R4 with the anticipation that it would just be built with the R4 standard, so it would be a traditional subdivision type. It has smaller lots. And so the east half, was envisioning more of a mixed-use, medium-scale development. It has some of the same provisions, but it's not as less as a TRO. Yeah, did that answer both of them at once?
I guess
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you, David. So the PUD, so they are adopting the R4 standards with the modifications that are in their district ordinance. So those modifications, as I mentioned, are the 0-foot building setbacks, the no impervious surface, allowing lots to. So to answer your question, yes, those override for anything that they are specific to.
Thank you. All right, let's call for questions from commissioners. All right, Commissioner Burrell, go ahead.
Just a quick question. So we're calling lanes, correct? Because they are 48 feet wide instead of 60, correct?
So the lanes are being proposed to be in 20 feet of right-of-way rather than a 60-foot right-of-way, which is the narrowest cross-section that the transportation plan has for a street.
So why are we not calling them alleys?
So alleys have a different challenge in that Title 15 allows for people to park in an alley for 30 minutes or some length of time. So because these have to stay free and clear for driving and fire access, we can't have a situation where people can park in them. So it's important that they have a different designation than that.
So a different designation, so there's no parking there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There's parking directly off of them, a lot of the driveways. The same way an alley would work, a lot of the driveways pull directly off of them. But calling them lanes both gives us the opportunity to provide addresses off of them, which should resolve some of the questions about, emergency response and DoorDash, et cetera. You'll have a street your lane will have a name and you will have a number off of that lane. But it does also prevent some of the parking and blocking things that are allowed on an alley that the police raised as a concern through the review process of this.
All right. Any more questions? All right, time for public comment. If you are here in the chambers and you'd like to make public comment, please step up to the podium, state your name for the record. You will have up to 5 minutes to make your comments. If you are joining us online, click the react button, look for the raise hand option, or just send a chat message to the meeting host and we will recognize you when it is your turn to speak.
I'm Paul Ash. I am one of the 5 equal members of the executive committee in the McDowell Gardens Neighborhood Association, but I cannot speak for the McDowell Gardens Neighborhood Association tonight because we really had, this has just been thrown at us. We will meet on Wednesday and address this with Isabel Piedmont Smith. But for those who wanted increased density, be careful what you wish for, because here you go, kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did.
Okay, thank you. I'm Leslie Davis. I am here representing the Council for Community Accessibility, of which I am the chair, and I am joined by two of my CCA colleagues, Karen Willison, who we hope can speak right after me, and Deborah Meyerson, for a quick little overview of the Council for Community Accessibility's concerns. I wanted to address universal design principles and how they show up in the UDO, how they show up in terms of this project, and add a bit of clarity to that. Eric, if you would go to the next slide and actually keep going. Okay, so the CCA has been a huge supporter of the Hopewell project since the beginning. And its promise of affordable/attainable housing and inclusive housing is very, very important to us because, of course, there is a lack of affordable, attainable, and accessible housing in Bloomington, as there is in many cities. We're also very excited about the prospect of what we do here could be a model and a pilot for other developments in Bloomington. So the Council for Community Accessibility has been talking about Hopewell since our big signature annual event in October 2024, specifically about making Hopewell accessible to as many people as possible. And I would like to point out that our city has come a very long way in terms of recognizing that input from people with disabilities needs to be part of decisions that impact the livability of our communities. And we certainly expect that the Hopewell project and future development projects will be no different. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. So I really appreciated hearing from Ally, and Flintlock's stated commitment is that the proposed development provides a total of 98 units, with around 29% of units meeting universal design standards, exceeding the minimum 20% threshold. That 20% is what is in Bloomington's UDO. Okay, that's not some national or universal threshold. That's what we say in our current UDO. And it says half of the universal design standard homes are fully ADA compliant, providing ample opportunities for ensuring homes for seniors and those with mobility limitations. And one of my colleagues will point out to a greater extent the fact that while the ADA is very, very important legislation, it does not specifically cover single-family homes. So I was happy to hear Ally say that that I believe what they're thinking about is sort of full commercial ADA compliance, but that's not entirely clear. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the relevant part of the City of Bloomington's UDO is this chapter 20.4, development standards and incentives and site building design. Under universal design, we say 20% of the dwelling units shall incorporate at least one entrance at grade level and not requiring any steps up or down or a ramp for entry. That's great. But in addition, only one of the following additional elements of, quote, universal design is required. And we would like to point out the fact that if you have no steps to get in, but then once you're inside, the only one element of universal design that has been chosen is the fact that all light switches are less than 4 feet high. That does not help somebody in a wheelchair get further than the front door, or maybe not even in the front door if the 32-inch door width is not the one element that has been selected. So this is the same for the single-family and the multifamily dwelling units. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so these, and I've given you all a handout, these are the 7 principles of universal design. They don't apply specifically to housing, but pay special attention to equitable use so that the design does not disadvantage or stigmatize any group of users, and flexibility in use, so it accommodates a wide range of individual preferences and abilities. And also tolerance for error. The design minimizes hazards and the adverse consequences of accidental or unintended actions. So we talk about universal design a lot of times without realizing that there are actual established principles of universal design, so I wanted to share what these are. Quickly, let's go to the next slide. I wanted to offer, as I've done many times in this room, that the people with lived experience of disability really are your experts in this regard, and every disabled person has a lifetime of stories exemplifying unfulfilled accessibility promises, often unintended, but there is a huge gulf between tossing around casually accessible ADA, universal design, and what that really means to people who need it is something very particular. And we need to pay attention to that. And the beauty of universal design in those 7 principles is that it benefits everyone, not just people with disabilities. And I want to share with you all, and maybe in your spare time you will look at this. City of Davis, California, another college town, wrestled with this same thing in 2015, and it is incredibly impressive what they came up with in the end. Is they applied some universal design principles to their single-family dwelling units, as well as multifamily dwelling units that go beyond what I've seen in many other places. And we on the CCA would love to see Bloomington seriously consider doing something like this. But it's not that they should include one of these elements, is that all new single-family housing, and there are opportunities to have variances, okay? But they should do all of these things. Low threshold entry, accessible exterior route, accessible interior route, next page. Bathrooms, 1 accessible bathroom or 3/4 bath on the floor, accessible from the interior and exterior paths of travel. So your accessible full bath is on the ground level. This allows people to age in place. And there are several other things, light switches are included, but the really important things are part of that city's UDO. And so we here at the CCA, yes, last slide, we are here to help, we are here to advise, and we're here to represent the interests of all disabled and not yet disabled, because we all get there eventually, citizens of Bloomington. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So additional public comment.
We had coordinated this to put
Erica, do we have that person in the queue?
Hi, I'm here.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Karen Willison, and I am a lifelong wheelchair user. I'm a member of the CCA, and I'm also co-president of the Mobility Aids Lending Library, which provides donated medical equipment for free to people in need in our area. I've moved several times, and I've faced crushing expenses each time because I need an accessible bathroom, and I've had to modify a home that was not designed with people with disabilities or seniors in mind. I'm fortunate to have an accessible home now, but the vast majority of disabled people that I know or that I've worked with through our organization are not so fortunate. And I'm here to advocate for those people. I see the harm caused by inaccessible housing every day. You know, we have clients who can't get out of their homes without calling the fire department. We have clients who have to sponge bathe or shower with wet wipes because they can't get in their bathroom door. And what is really heartbreaking and frustrating about these situations is that they're preventable. They're preventable by choosing what we build carefully. And Hopewell provides a unique opportunity to prove that housing can be accessible and affordable. So it's really up to this commission to get things right, and that's what we're here to help with. My biggest concern right now is that when I looked over all of the catalog designs that were presented in the packet, they're all fundamentally problematic. They're incompatible with universal design principles. I'm just going to briefly give some examples of that. First of all of them have steps. Every single one of those homes in the pictures has steps to get in. And none of those homes should have steps. There's no reason to build a step on a new construction home. You can grade the lots properly, even if the lots cannot feasibly be graded to, say, the ANSI standards for slopes. You could still make them slightly steeper, and that will still allow a lot of people with disabilities and seniors to access the home. For example, I'm a power wheelchair user. You know, a slight slope is not a problem for me at all. And then the other major thing is that there's supposed to be accessible units, ANSI, ADA, whatever standard you want to use, those were not shown in the catalog. The biggest issue, again, that I saw with units is that the sink is placed right next to the toilet. That is a major problem because when you're in a wheelchair, you need to sit next to the toilet. You need to park your wheelchair next to the toilet to transfer. And to remodel that bathroom, if one were to purchase that unit, you'd have to move the plumbing. It would be extremely expensive. So, you know, these catalog homes that are being presented, they should all have adaptable features. They should all be designed in the first place with a good footprint that provides basic accessibility and can be modified from there without having to tear out walls, without having to move plumbing, to work for everybody. There also don't appear to be any single-family, single-story units that have more than one bedroom and bathroom, which is, you know, disappointing because people with disabilities have kids. You know, some people are parents, and some families have kids with disabilities, and they need a multi-bedroom, single-floor home. Or they may have a caregiver. You know, they may need a space for caregiver, which could potentially be handled by an ADU, but not necessarily. And also the multi-story catalog designs, they'll have half baths. So if you have an older person living there, or someone breaks a hip or breaks a leg, they're not going to be able to shower without having to climb a flight of stairs. So those units need to have a shower on those levels. Now, of course, the issue that, you know, always gets brought up, oh, isn't this going to be expensive? Well, the answer is no. So we can provide sources to the commission that show that making an entrance with 0 steps on a concrete slab does not cost extra. It's the same price. It's like $2 extra to put in 36-inch doors versus like a 30-inch door. And we have been able to find a very significant number of homes, catalog type homes that are already accessible. And, you know, I don't know what Flintlock has in their library, but, you know, it should be possible to have the entire catalog of homes have 0 steps, as well as many that are fully compliant. So yeah, that's really what we're talking about here. And, when we talk about affordability, we have to remember that the people who need it most often also have limited mobility. And building homes that are accessible creates a community that welcomes everyone. Everyone can use a ramp, everyone can use a flat entrance, not everyone can use steps. So let's build things that work for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. And I'll be the last for the CCA contingency. My name is Deborah Meyerson. I am here as a member of the Council for Community Accessibility. And we are really excited about Hopewell South. We really hope that you understand that these are constructive comments to really make Hopewell South accessible for people of all ages, abilities, and incomes. So I'm going to focus on the planning process we'd like to recommend to the Plan Commission, and that includes these elements. 1, institute design review requirement. Engage a universal design specialist to advise on Hopewell South plans prior to any further steps forward. Include at least 2 wheelchair users as part of the consultation. Lived experience is not optional. It's essential to good design. 2, establish visitability as a baseline for all homes at Hopewell South, including using the Indiana Visitability Rule, which is a great resource and should absolutely be used at Hopewell South. This standard ensures that everybody can enter and use every home in the neighborhood. 3, adopt an aging in place standard that requires, as Karen was mentioning, all multi-story units to include a full bathroom with a shower on the main floor. Otherwise, residents who develop mobility limitations due to injury, illness, or aging will be unable to bathe safely in their own homes. 4, require measurable standards. We've talked about whether ADA compliant is a sufficient description. It's misleading. ADA standards, as mentioned earlier, are primarily for public accommodations and commercial facilities to ensure that people with disabilities can enter, use, and exit spaces. The ADA is not intended to regulate private housing or ensure long-term livability. For accessibility to be truly a goal, it needs to be defined using the correct standard. This standard is ANSI, as was mentioned earlier, which stands for American National Standards Institute, A117.1, which is a very clinical way of talking about it, but it exists precisely because residential accessibility requires different design criteria, one that support daily use, independence, and aging in place. Accessible homes must be required to meet this standard, the ANSI A117.1 or equivalent residential standard, to provide objective, measurable criteria for real-world usability. The current floor plans for the homes labeled ADA accessible, as provided in the Plan Commission packet, don't appear to meet ANSI residential standards, and they risk producing homes that wheelchair users can't live in safely or independently. 5, conduct a site-wide accessibility review that looks beyond unit interiors to include pedestrian paths, lanes, parking, trash access, and connectivity. A home is only as accessible as the route to it. And last, establish accountability mechanisms. The Hopewell South PUD must have a public tracking system so that accessibility commitments can be verified and reported as each phase is built. We are offering these recommendations as not as obstacles, but as safeguards. This is a very important opportunity for Bloomington to demonstrate leadership. If accessibility is embedded into the policy framework now, Hopewell South can become a true model for inclusive development for this and future projects. We want Hopewell South to succeed as a prototype of an inclusive, attainable neighborhood where residents of all ages, abilities, and incomes can thrive. We believe it can, and we look forward to working collaboratively to make sure it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Excuse me. Before he starts, I'm getting a migraine and I have to excuse myself for the rest of the evening, so I will tune in on CATS tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, I'm Ryan Still with Summit Hill Community Development Corporation and the Bloomington Housing Authority. I'm going to keep this really short. We're an affordable housing developer. As far as, we mentioned deed restrictions earlier, is a big question. We run a community land trust in town, and we've found multiple banks that'll work within those restrictions. Slightly different, but if you put in some work, especially starting early, you can really get it rolling. Beyond that, the process here, the goals laid out in this process and program are absolutely essential to helping the housing problem that we have. Smaller lots, smaller houses, different housing styles, and simplified processes are just absolutely essential moving forward if we want to actually solve this problem. We ourselves are creating a community in pre-development right now that really resembles this. We have community and corporate partners that are looking at investing in this, and the PUD here passing would be very helpful moving forward with our own project. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have one person online that we can get as soon as we get this next person.
Good evening, Mr. President. This is Christopher M.G. again from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to express the Chamber's support for the Hopewell South PUD and urge its approval. I think one thing I got as a resident from Allie's presentation was a sense of excitement on a Hopewell neighborhood that I had consistently cynical thoughts, and I think a path forward where we didn't have one is a success. I first want to acknowledge the collaborative work behind the scenes that I've sort of seen at the RDC. The Chamber appreciates the leadership of ESD, of HAND, and of course the RDC members in this. From a business and economic perspective, Bloomington is at a pivotal point. We hear this all the time, but employers are seriously navigating workforce shortages, rising costs, and uncertainty in a tight housing market with very competitive neighbors. Housing is no longer a secondary issue. It's the core economic development issue directly tied to long-term community stability. The Hopewell South PUD represents an important and necessary new direction, one that promotes home ownership. We are against those deadbolts you saw in Allie's presentation, and this is a step forward for that. For years, the Chamber's heard consistent concern from employers about the concerning zoning framework that tends to produce either large student-oriented development or high-end, low-density housing. What's missing is attainable incremental housing that allows people to live near where they work and fully participate in our community. Recent findings from the interim 2026 Monroe County housing study that appeared on my desk today really reinforces this same argument that the limited housing supply, particularly that missing middle option, has constrained labor force participation. It's pushed workers to neighboring counties, weakened long-term economic growth. Hopewell South helps move toward a broader mix of housing types, serves working households who want to own, more efficient land use and gentle density, predictability in both standards and developmental process. This all matters fiscally. I've said it earlier today, but Indiana's SB1 has local governments increasingly dependent on local income tax tied to the people who live here, not work here, not just county residents in a percentage, but work in the incorporated area. Communities do not provide the housing for their workforce, risk losing residents and long-term revenue stability that provides the quality of life that we all depend on here. These strategies are not untested. The peer communities in South Bend have used similar approaches to support attainable homeownership with neighborhood compatibility. Using the PUD as a pilot allows Bloomington to test these ideas responsibly. From a chamber perspective, I get it. PUDs are not the ideal long-term solution. They are complex and often use workaround development code that no longer reflects today's needs. This is exactly why Hopewell South matters. This project is a bridge to strategy, allowing for progress now while the city continues to work essentially for that updating the UDO to make it more business friendly and be pro-growth. So approving the Hopewell South PUD signals that Bloomington is willing to move forward. The door is open. The pilot is a new approach to create attainable housing pathways, and I thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Nate, you should be able to unmute.
We're not hearing you here in the chambers if you're speaking. All right, let's go ahead and take comment here in the chambers while we work on the connectivity issue there. Go ahead, please state your name and make your comment.
Thanks. My name's Greg Alexander. This design's main weakness is its focus on parking. Everywhere they're cutting corners to ensure that cars can access each lot. For example, they're allowing 100% impervious surface so that there can be parking on most lots, and that means almost all of the green space has to be in common areas, and that means they have to have an HOA to maintain those common areas. HOAs are less affordable. Car access to each lot is less affordable. On-site parking is less affordable. But mostly, this ordinance is a great example of what is possible. You know, we can reduce setbacks to 0. You can reduce minimum lot size to 0. You can allow fronting onto alleys. You can allow ADUs, duplexes, row houses. These things should all be allowed in the existing R4 zoning. We need that. Everybody here knows that. We need that. And that's the fundamental problem here. The UDO specifies PUDs are only supposed to be for unique circumstances, and there's nothing less unique than a developer that might want to make affordable housing. This is something we want across the whole city. The irony is the most unique design facets are all forced by this insistence on serving every lot with a car, which is the least unique need possible. They're just making a mixed street. It's not even truly an alley. It's basically a street without sidewalks. It's too wide to calm traffic, but too narrow to share with cars and pedestrians. One of the signs PUD zoning isn't right for this project is it doesn't even meet the minimum size requirement of 5 acres. The only way they meet that requirement on paper is by including the police station. But the police station isn't planned. They don't know what they're going to do with that. It's explicitly not planned as part of this unit. It is going to be decided later. It's not part of a planned unit development. It shouldn't be in it. I say that's dishonest. I say the petitioner is bending our law in a way that you wouldn't accept if a private petitioner tried it. I don't think it's a good way to do business. But it's not up to me. The UDO says there's a formal requirement that the Director of Planning and Transportation has to say that he has determined that it meets that standard. We'll make him come here and say that it's appropriate to bend the law that way because it isn't. He knows it isn't. You know it isn't. We've been here before. We know the most important factor in PUD approval is the mayor's support. It politicizes this process. It puts pressure from the mayor on staff who has a sworn ethical duty to be impartial, but they can't because their boss's boss's boss is literally breathing down their necks. It excludes smaller developers and smaller landowners. It leads to segregation. It makes development more expensive and more time consuming. It doesn't provide a sufficient supply of housing to make a dent in our supply problem. It doesn't work. The goal of this proposal is to make it look like the mayor is doing something while avoiding the controversy that would come with real progress. That's what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to build affordable housing. There's an illusion there will be comprehensive zoning reform in the near future, but we all know the mayor intends to be timid. We know that we are going to see a ribbon cutting at Hopewell instead of substantive progress that will actually help the city. If we didn't know that, we'd have the fig leaf. We could say this is a step in the right direction, but we know this is a step, but we know where we're going. And now you've heard someone say that out loud, so we all know it. Thanks.
Thank you. We'd like to try the online commenter again.
Nate, you should be able to unmute again if you want to try.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you now.
Awesome. Sorry about that. Yeah, my name is Nathan Ferrer. I'm the Executive Director of the Bloomington Housing Authority and Summit Hill Community Development Corporation. Commissioners, thank you for staying late and continuing to engage in this important process. As a nonprofit developer, we have limited funding for pre-development costs. For a small housing development, we can easily spend $100,000 in pre-development before we even know if a project is viable. I want to express my support for the pre-approved plans. It significantly lowers costs, soft costs, and directly improves project feasibility and reduces the need for additional subsidy when we get to the point of selling houses. This would also speed up the approval process, meaning we can break ground more quickly. And then some of the design elements that are proposed in this PUD, smaller lots with frontage on public spaces and lanes. This allows more families to be housed. This allows developers like us to build more homes that are attainable for lower and moderate income households. The amenities that are in proximity to Hopewell should be made available to all income levels. So for all these reasons, I am definitely supporting this PUD. I think this is a rare opportunity in Bloomington to deliver much needed housing for a range of income. As Ryan mentioned earlier, we've attempted a single family development and have been learning as we go. I would urge the council to not get bogged down in trying to get the lowest AMI possible as an affordability requirement for this PUD. If the more flexibility you can give the developers, the better in terms of getting all income levels into this development. So it's just want to again stress my support for this project and moving it along quickly. We do have some urgency here in terms of getting housing built at Hopewell. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kristen Wida, the CEO of Indiana Uplands Realtor Association. I am here to speak in support of Hopewell PUD, and the proof that I am here so late past my bedtime kind of reinforces how important I think this is. So earlier today, I was talking to a colleague of mine about the Hoosiers and how successful we are, how great IU's doing, how the country is looking at us, at how amazing we are at having this achievement, how our alumni are super excited about us and about this community. And what we also talked about was the fact that if you look at our actual community of Monroe County, we are not doing well. He actually said, Google us, we aren't winning. I work in multiple counties around Monroe County, and when I go to those areas, they talk about how they don't want to be Monroe County because of our housing issue. That is not something we should be proud of. And that is something that we have created. That is something that our mayor inherited. She did not create this. This is a problem from the UDO that we have in place. And the mayor's office is being super creative at trying to get outside of that box that has constrained us, that has put this huge burden on our housing supply, that has made Monroe County the most expensive city in the entire state, the most expensive county in the entire state for housing. That is not something to be proud of. That is something that shows that we are not winning. So our mayor and her team are trying their hardest and put this plan together to think outside the box, to figure out how to get outside of these constraints, to figure out how to unlock all of those locks that our previous leadership has put on our community, making it impossible for the citizens of Monroe County to attain housing that is appropriate for them. So we are here as realtors today to ask for you guys to consider supporting this PUD to allow the mayor's office to actually try something new and different, to see if we can make something work. I know it's not a guarantee. They said flat out it's not a guarantee, but they're trying their very best to make obtainable housing for your constituents. So please, we ask that you support this and that we can actually move forward in a timely manner to get some housing into our market. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one other person. We'll get to Mr. Fernandez first.
Oh, I can defer.
No, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, John Fernandez, back from CEO of the Mill. Wanted to first thank the commissioners. I think tonight's been a really thoughtful discussion. Some of the input from the public was informative to me, so I'm sure you think of these things more than I do, but I know this is the first step in adopting a PUD, so there'll be more opportunities to refine some of the planning. But I certainly support the Hopewell South PUD and would encourage the Plan Commission to move forward with this proposal. As been mentioned by others, Bloomington has been experiencing a population decline, and part of it is related directly to the lack of attainable housing. As written, our UDO invites large student housing developments or large lot or high-end single-family homes. The Hopewell South PUD offers a number of strategies that will deliver attainable housing through more incremental developments. It offers a wider range of housing types, from tiny homes or ADUs to larger 3-bedroom houses and small apartments. The PUD offers pre-approved designs that will expedite the process of getting housing built with a predictable aesthetic that Bloomington likes and will embrace. The scale of the project, I think, is appropriate, and it blends well with the neighborhood to the south with McDowell Gardens, as well as some of the other neighborhoods to the north. It encourages more gentle density by offering these smaller footprints on smaller lots, organically driving down housing costs and creating more attainable ownership opportunities. The PUD also tests more efficient land use approaches. You know, the whole conversation you had about the lanes, I think, is really innovative and interesting and appropriate for the kind of development Bloomington wants. There are other communities that are doing similar strategies that we can learn from. I know South Bend has a bunch of, well, their whole zoning code is more form-based, which I think is an interesting way to go in the future because it really does create a more predictable process. You know, my organization is focused on an entrepreneur-centric economic development strategy. One of the things we really like about this proposal is that it's going to create opportunities for our construction entrepreneurs to be able to participate in helping to solve one of the big problems we have in Bloomington, that being attainable housing. Many of our entrepreneurs, you know, they don't have the capacity to advance large-scale subdivision developments or multi-lot projects. This will create an opportunity for some of these smaller entrepreneurs to be able to take on housing development and build homes here in their own community, and that's really exciting to us. Finally, I think there's a lot of aspects of the design that kind of harken back to some of our historic neighborhoods that people really cherish in Bloomington. The problem we have, frankly, is our UDO. There are many projects that we love in Bloomington, neighborhoods in Bloomington, that if you tried to build them today, you can't. And to me, that's a problem that we should be thinking about addressing. And ultimately, it's going to require some serious revamps to our current UDO. The UDO is incredibly complex. It's like a lot of legislation. You know, I've been involved with legislation for years, and often a lot of really good intentions create documents that are so focused on planning theoretical bad things from happening that it creates obstacles to doing the good things a community actually wants. And I think I'm hopeful, pun intended, that this PUD can be a learning opportunity for us to go back and actually develop a UDO that enables the kind of community that Bloomingtonians want, that facilitates it, makes it easier to get a yes. Because right now it is so hard that most of the projects you see coming to Bloomington are well-financed, very large-scale projects because those owners and investors have deep enough pockets to manage a complex process that typically takes 18 to 24 months. That time and uncertainty adds a phenomenal amount of cost to our housing supply. So I hope this can be a learning opportunity that we can take forward and apply more broadly throughout the community. So thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Yes, we do. Clark, you should be able to unmute.
Good evening. My name's Clark Briner. I'm the interim director for the Bloomington Economic Development Corporation. And I want to encourage the Plan Commission to approve the Hopewell South PUD this evening. I think the BEDC believes it's doing, it will enhance our attainable housing for our workforce and for the community overall. And then the other thing I want to make sure to point out is I want to thank the mayor and her staff, Mr. Hiddle and the planning department and the team, and also the ESD department and everybody else that's really been engaged and involved in this. I can't stress enough, when we are attracting and helping large traded sector businesses come to the community or expand to the community, one of the things that they're always asking is, what about your housing? We recently had a large organization come in to kind of look to determine if Monroe County, Bloomington was the right location for them. And one of the things that they asked for is, where are my workforce going to sleep? Where are they going to live, right? And jobs and housing is where our jobs sleep, right? It's a very important thing. And so the CEOs and their senior leadership are very interested in that. And so I think this is a innovative step forward. As John and some of the other people have mentioned, this is a very, very important element for the community overall. And I think the innovative step that we're taking, it's not going to solve all the problems. And yes, it is a small bite of a bigger problem, but I think that's very important to kind of take a look at that. And again, I applaud the team for being able to take a look at this and say, hey, how can we do better? What's this mean for our community, for the future, and to continue to maybe reverse some of the population declines, address SEA 1 and some of the implications that has and the impact on the revenue. So again, I want to respectfully request that the Plan Commission give this a favorable consideration and pass this to move this forward for the greater good of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carrie Thompson. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes first to thank you above and beyond the call of duty tonight. It's almost 11 o'clock. Thank you for the hours you pour into thinking through what our built environment looks like and lives like in Bloomington. Hopewell is a critical step for our community. When I first moved here in 1997, Bloomington was already the least affordable place to live in the state of Indiana. It is a statistic that I have been trying a lot of my professional life to change, and I think Hopewell builds a future for the possibility of what it can look like to be more attainable living in Bloomington and in a neighborhood that is really welcoming and inviting. Our team has worked incredibly hard, both with the neighborhoods surrounding Hopewell, with professionals across the country, with developers here in town, with builders, with financiers, to try to figure out the way to really crack the code to creating more attainable housing that's going to live well in our community. More than 60% of college graduates want to live in the communities where they graduate. We're not even in single digits in Bloomington long-term. We need those graduates to be able to stay here and work in our community, but they leave mostly because they can't find an affordable way to stay here. We need people retiring to be able to downsize. Hopewell provides pathways to both of those things. For 20 years, I led Habitat for Humanity here in Bloomington. We were the #1 private home developer for the last 10 years. I was leading that organization. If you had told me that without donor support and volunteers, we could produce any kind of home at $83,000, even with the expertise that I had at the time, I wouldn't have believed you. We have something here that's truly remarkable, and it can serve as a prototype for how we envision housing and how we envision our neighborhoods and how we welcome all kinds of people to Bloomington. to stay here, to live here long-term, to start companies here, and to really be part of our thriving community. So I hope you give careful consideration, and I do ask that you approve this PUD.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Nothing online, no.
Last call for public comment. All right, we are back to the commission for any final questions or comments or motion. I will just remind the commission that the staff recommendation is simply that we forward this petition to a second hearing, which means we'll get another chance to ask lots of questions and make lots of comments next meeting. So it'd be great if we could keep our comments here focused on what do we want to see at the next meeting? What are the things that we really feel like we didn't get out of this meeting? We'll have lots of opportunity to give our deep thoughts next month at an earlier time, hopefully. But with that, is any final questions or comments or motions?
I have something.
Go ahead, Commissioner Kinsey.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the presentations and the public comments. Two things for me that I'd like to see more of is about the parking. There were some concerns even raised in the packet about parking exceeding what is required in this PUD. Some concerns from engineering about parking on lanes. So I think we could use a little more consideration for parking, particularly reducing it, and how we could do that. And I also would like to see more consideration for the really excellent universal design standards that were presented and shared with us tonight. So I hope we can have more conversations about adopting more of those necessary standards of universal design. Those are two things for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrell.
In theory, the lanes are a great idea, but as you know, and I know, people are going to park all over them. So is it by just calling them lanes, are we preventing people from parking? I don't know. So there's something, I am with you, some consideration about parking, how this is going to work, and people have usually more cars than that what is allowed for their homes. And I am also very interested in some presentation about the accessibility standards that for those homes that are accessible homes. The presentation was very good, and I understand because most of the time accessibility for a builder is very different from what accessibility is required for somebody that uses the place. So it would be nice to hear what those homes look like and how they function. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone like to make a motion?
I'll motion to forward this petition to the required second hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any final discussion before we call the roll? All right, please call the roll on the motion to forward to a second hearing.
Okay. Ballard,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Burrell,
Yes.
Seaboard,
Yes.
Holmes,
Yes.
Kinsey,
Yes.
Whistler.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you. That is our final petition for the evening. Thank you all for your patience. Have a great night. We'll see you next month.